our regular council meeting. And council, before I turn to you for an approval of the agenda, I'd just like to welcome all of our residents, as well as Commissioner Victor Iverson from Washington County and Mayor Clark Fawcett from Hurricane City, and then representatives from Hurricane City and the MPO and our residents. So thank you for being with us today. Council, we do have one open meeting item and one closed session item, and that is the extent of our agenda. I'll turn to you for a motion.
So made, Mayor.
Have a motion by Councilman Ivey.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved unanimously. Our first and only item of business is a presentation and discussion on the Purgatory Road and Bridge. Washington City Engineer Paul Mogul and Hurricane City Engineer Arthur LeBaron will present to the council. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Let's see if I can get this going here. Give me just a second. If not, I have Eldon on backup, hopefully. So let's see if this goes.
You want the good stuff.
As soon as it shows up, let me try this again. Maybe.
You know, we rely on our engineers for technical conversations.
There we go. I think I got it now.
But we rely on others for technology.
I'm like, it doesn't mean they can do technology.
Oh, yeah. All right. Maybe? Okay. All right. Well, thanks. I have with me Arthur LeBaron from Hurricane City. He's the city engineer in Hurricane. And here to give a brief update on the Purgatory Road project. This is a regional transportation improvement that Washington City has been coordinating with Hurricane City, Washington County. UDOT was involved in the EA, so there's been a lot of agencies that have been involved to improve connectivity, safety, and long-term growth capacity in the Purgatory Flat area. This project is a multi-agency effort. Washington City, Hurricane City, and Washington County are coordinating planning, design, right-of-way, and construction responsibilities. Environmental clearance has already been addressed at the federal and state levels. Funding will come from a combination of regional, local, and state transportation sources. The key point is that it is not a single entity project, it's a coordinated regional infrastructure investment. The project development. The selected alternative identified through the environmental assessment is a new three-lane roadway connecting SR9 to Southern Parkway. Where possible, it uses existing alignments, but it will extend south through Purgatory Flat and include a new bridge approximately 400 feet long across the Virgin River. The need for this project is driven by limited north-south connections in this part of the county. Some developing areas currently have only one access point, which raises both safety and emergency response concerns. With planned growth continuing, improved access is necessary to maintain mobility, reduce congestion, and ensure reliable emergency routes. And here we get an overview of the preferred alignment of the project and where it crosses the different municipalities. And then the next 6 slides were taken from the environmental assessment document, or the EA, which was done in 2019. And these next slides will have a zoomed in look into some of the key areas. So that's just kind of an overview of where it's at. Yeah.
Hey, Paul, this isn't a question to create a roadblock, but the route there either follows existing roads or dodges existing uses, with the exception of the Western Rock Pit. It seems to just cut right through their project. Has there been any discussion about how to accomplish that part?
That is a good question, and as far as discussions with Western Rock, I don't believe that there has been any discussion with them.
There has been, but it's.
Yeah, come on.
And then just, the routine.
Yeah, thanks, council, for having me here. I have so many things that I'd love to say, but some of it's got to be on the record, so.
And we all know Arthur LeBaron.
Well, I don't know some of you, but I will say this for the record. You need to have Paul give his how to get beat up in Gunnison speech.
We're going to add that to the next meeting, Paul.
But to answer your question, during the EA process, we had public scoping meetings as required, and we collected comments from the public. And so Western Rock was notified. I'm pretty sure they were sent a personal invitation to come to our scoping meeting and give their say-so about the project. And so we have a record of that correspondence in the EA. I don't think that it's something that they were very embracing of, but I think they see the greater need of the public for this road at the end of the day. So I'm sure we'll be able to make a deal with them to get it done.
Great.
Of course, you've heard my side of the story, so I'm sure that there's still going to be some complex conversations.
I probably missed
Councilman
something. Was
Belson.
the EA again?
So it was finalized in 2019. So we started that process in 2015, actually. So it was a long process, and we went through a lot of iterations, and there's a lot of history. I've been working on this with the county since 2007.
Is there a time frame? I mean, does it need to have an update, or is the 2019 sufficient?
So in my world, the 2019 study is good. Usually with environmental studies, the different agencies will look at how old it is, and if they've had a policy change, or if there's been something that's changed, then we'll generally have to go through and address those changes. But I've never heard of a hard and fast, it's expired.
Wonderful.
So I didn't want to
Yeah,
take
let's
Paul's.
carry on. Are you handing the baton off here like a
Oh, there he is.
Winter Olympics biathlon race or what?
Speaking of races, the first time I met Cress Daly was in the middle of the St. George Marathon.
That was
Yeah.
that
I was in front, and then he caught up with me, and I stayed with him, and then he ultimately left me. So
Arthur let me win that day. Usually
I concede. Anyways. Okay. Yeah, so these are actually exhibits from the EA. This is on the very south end, so you can see on the screen, that's the crossing. The Virgin River sadly is not 400 feet wide. Like all of our drought issues would be, that we wouldn't have them if Virgin River was 400 feet wide. But we do have to span the floodplain, so that's why the bridge is so long. But on the left side of the screen is the off-ramp for the Southern Parkway there at the Long Valley interchange. And then there's Washington Dam right there. You can see the label. And then continuing to the north, it goes through Western Rock. And somewhere in that area, that label that says Landfill Road, that's probably where Smelter Drive is in Washington. I wish I was a little more familiar with my Washington City geography, but I think that's what it is. And then we continue up on through.
So Arthur, on the western pit, I mean, it's a pretty big hole, right? It's hard for me to get my bearings on where this road's coming through. Would it be a lot of fill in this area, or is this an area that is relatively undisturbed of their pit?
No, you can actually see the fill lines on that. We had a preliminary plan and profile for it, so you can see the fill lines
Okay.
there.
I see.
And it doesn't differentiate between cut and fill, so I'm sure some of those are cuts, but Horrocks helped us with this preliminary design, and they tried to optimize the route. And then we get up into Hurricane. So at this point, right there, you see the little red dots, and you see 26. So 26, the road doesn't exist, but from 27 and up through, the road exists. So we pretty well finished the roadway in Hurricane's municipal boundary, except for right up here at the very end. So just to get your bearings straight on this one, those two buildings right by Highway 9, those are the driver's license division and the DMV buildings. And right now the flow of traffic goes directly into the fairgrounds. And this exhibit shows the reconfiguration of that flow so that it would go onto Purgatory Road instead. And we anticipate that this will be hopefully a roundabout, but we'll see. We're actually, the next slide, talks about our state of funding right now. So Hurricane City applied for federal aid money several years ago, and we were actually able to make a deal with UDOT where they took the federal money and they traded it out at a 20% discount to Hurricane City. So we just get cash from the state, and we aren't fettered with all the federal guidelines for expending those dollars. So we have $374,000 to put towards the project. And we also have $100,000 in our fiscal budget for this year to put towards it. And then we've been working with Washington County over the years to put aside right-of-way acquisition funds. So the COG funds amount to $623,000. And we can actually develop enough design with those funds to be able to produce right-of-way instruments to do corridor preservation. So we have about $1.1 million available to us for design. And we've went through the process of consultant selection, and Civil Science is that consultant. They've given us a design cost proposal of $955,000. The scope of that cost proposal is to develop 100% construction drawings for this reconfiguration in Hurricane City. So we'll get a biddable plan set out of that. And then from 26 on down, all the way down to the end, we will have 60% design, which will give us what we need along with the legal descriptions and right-of-way acquisition instruments to start going after right-of-way. So that's what our current effort is. And I think that we're just like one council meeting away from approving that, a contract with Civil Science to kick off that design effort. So I don't know if there's so we're not there yet. So I guess the reason why I'm here with you is at the invitation of Mayor Staley was to talk about getting this connection made and as soon as we can to get across the river and get that connection to Smelter Drive done so that we can route the big trucks where they really should be, which is on Purgatory Road instead of on Country Way, right? And so we've gone through several iterations of cost estimating for this, and the cost to make the connection is anywhere between $25 million and $40 million. I think that out of this design effort, we're going to get a lot better refined estimates. And I think that there's some phasing that we could look at doing that could help, allocate funds to the most strategic place. But that bridge has to go in order to solve the problem that Washington City is experiencing. And that's going to cost 15-20 million probably. I think we'll have some better numbers for you soon.
On top of the 25 or 40?
No, that's part of it.
Part of it, okay.
Yeah.
So you could, if you could go in with phase one, at least get through to SR9. 10,
Yeah, and so,
15.
and just to kind of bring you up, Councilman, to some of the period when, between your terms, we've been working with the city of Hurricane and the county on this for some time, and we felt like that this is kind of like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You can't have one without the other. So for us, and I appreciate Arthur mentioning that, the bridge is a critical piece for the road because we don't want to add to that traffic onto Country Way.
No, I understand it, but I ask in this regard, right? I understand the bridge is critical, but if sometimes getting a bridge across a wetland and dealing with the Corps of Engineers can take a little bit longer, right? So if we move forward with the roadway, we at least start to relieve some pressure till the missing
would
link's
just-
able to go in.
We'd have to probably discuss, truck routes and things like that to mitigate some of that pressure on Country, as you're very aware of.
But Arthur, your phase one is the bridge or phase one coming from the Hurricane side?
So I don't have a phase one necessarily.
Okay.
I do know that in the short term, we are going to do this project up here and get that intersection reconfigured. And I estimate we're gonna be into it about $2 million to do that. But down here on the south end, to alleviate the truck traffic that's on Country Way, this bridge is a key component to that. You're not gonna alleviate any of it, like zero of it's gonna go away unless this bridge is.
Well,
is it.
unless you make the connection from Smelter Drive north to Hurricane. Because
Well, potentially you could have more traffic on Country Way if.
I'm not disagreeing with that as well. I'm just saying, that's why I asked on your phasing.
That's
because-
actually what we had anticipated the phase one would be, back when Mike Shaw was the Public Works Director. And then we had a discussion with the new guard at Washington City, and we decided, hey, we're not gonna do that, we're gonna just push across the river, which I'm all ears to do that.
I think that's the ultimate, right? It's just
Right.
how we all come up with all the money we need to do this kind of
Well,
project.
that's the other thing we need to talk about. I feel like this effort is a lot bigger than any one of us.
Yeah.
And we really need to send a diplomatic mission to other people that have money.
Well, and to your
see-
point, Arthur, I just would like to recognize too, and they're not on live, but I know that they're watching the streaming. So Jeff Razor from Senator Curtis's office is on, and then James Levitt from Congresswoman Malloy's office is on too. So
Oh,
we are looking
fantastic.
for, community funding at the federal and state level. But it is an interesting conversation, Council, because does a phase one, north connection to Smelter, does that alleviate traffic on Country Way, or does it add traffic to it? I don't know the answer. Initially, I felt like the thought was without a bridge, it adds to it. So, but I do think ultimately those have got to go together. But I think this is a good, healthy conversation to have.
But there's also things we can look at, and I'm sure Arthur's thought about it. I'm just thinking through my mind of phasing is the bridge is the bridge cost, and you want to build it to full size right off the bat. But there's ways we can do 2-lane road for a while, and then as
Right.
people develop along it, they can add to it like we do all our other roads. So there's the phase in that aspect too. It's more of getting the connection. I do think adding it to the north is big, but we're getting a lot of traffic from the east side of Hurricane that comes and the west side of Washington that come down the Southern Parkway and then run down Country Way instead of going. And this would help alleviate that to have the bridge in place. So I'm not saying don't do that. I'm saying we know we have the big lift of the bridge, which is a big lift, and it's 15 to 20 million, whatever we're saying. But then look at phasing options to minimize the roadway along this section just to get the connection of a 2-lane before any development happens along
And
those
we
roads.
intend to tackle it just like what you're saying, with just put in a spine road. And then when the property develops out, we'll link arms with the development community to have them do their part.
And do you remember just offhand on that, well, it would be Hurricane's west side, Washington's east side, how much of that road goes through the county? Is it a significant portion of the unincorporated area, or? I'm looking at the commissioner, he's giving me a slight nod, kind of, deep cash on those maps, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to have someone from the county. We have Todd Edwards here and also Victor Iverson. if they want to come up and talk to that point.
For sure,
But-
and as a work session, happy to do that. Also, Myron Lee from the MPO, if you have some things to add to this with your expertise,
Since
happy
I
to have you
know-
jump in.
I just wanted to say a couple things, though, before I give up the mic for a second. Since I know that we have some folks online from the state and the United States, we've put grant applications in for, there's one grant called RAISE that we actually paid a consultant $30,000, I think it was, from MPO planning funds to put a grant together. And we thought we were going to do well, and we got denied. And then I've made 2 efforts for community funding. And I've learned from those 2 efforts, failing twice, that in order for us to be in a good position, which I'm not going to tell Congresswoman Malloy how to do her business, because I would love for her to give us some money right now, but to stack up well against other projects, we need to have right-of-way. That was the clear message I got from the folks in Washington DC, is that we need to have the right-of-way, and then they're going to be a lot more inclined to give us some outside federal funding.
Which makes sense in the fact that they don't want to give you money if you can't actually physically
Yeah.
build it.
And so that's when we put together another application for funding from the COG, so that we would have enough money to get enough design done to do right-of-way acquisition. So that's kind of some background on those. And I would love to continue to support efforts to apply for grants. But just, I know the state legislature has made special appropriations for projects. And probably the most familiar one to us would be what just happened in Tokerville. I think that Washington City
bypass.
even got a special appropriation for the George Washington Parkway interchange.
It was the first time in the history of Washington, I think, that we got a little bit of funds from up north, but we
And
were
so-
grateful.
So I would really love to just petition the whole council, flex your political muscles with the state legislators that and let's put together a plan to try to get some money from the state for some help with this.
Before you leave, council, let me just kind of take your temp on this. I mean, this was a conversation that we had over at the Dixie Transportation Expo. I know Councilman Bellison was part of that conversation too there. I know Councilman Ivy serves on the MPO. We've been talking about that, but I just wanted to get your temperature. And I mean, this is a collaborative project. And also, before we finish, would like to hear from Commissioner Iverson too, from kind of representing the county. Just kind of your feedback on this, on the need, on the desire, et cetera.
Mayor, I'm so happy that our friends are here tonight to help have this discussion, because it is needed. It's needed by both municipalities and the county. It's part of our growth. We're a little bit grown into a corner. But what I would like to propose, Mayor, is some kind of a coordinating committee to work on funding between all the partners. Because you mentioned some of our good partners in the federal government and state. I know we send emails, but I think if we had a collective resource that we could get those conversations held, and like, I know your mayor and good mayor from Hurricane and Commissioner Iverson, if you even to work out the details on that. But I think that's going to be the cinch pin right there. I have total faith in our engineers and the ability to build it, but the funding is something I think we need to be front and center on right now. We needed it. We need it yesterday. The impact to our residents on Country Way, it's real. We've been out there, we've seen it, we know it. And I would just stress that we need to give all hands on deck to get whatever financing is available. We know the big beautiful bill helped curtail some of the monies that we could have gone after for this. But having that happen, it means that we just have to work harder to find what's there and to get this done.
Thank you, Councilman. Further thoughts?
Well, I have similar concerns as you do, as if we don't have the bridge, if we did part of the project, if it would just cause more traffic, where they're already having issues on Countryway. So that would be one of my concerns, if to move forward without the bridge. I think it would just exacerbate the problem on the Countryway.
Thank
Do you know
you.
how much they got for Tokerville, the project there?
I don't. It was over 30 million though.
36?
I think they had to go back and get some more, but it was at least 30 million.
So, Councilman, just to make sure I understand, another way to phrase it is if the bridge comes with the road and alleviates traffic from the county and from the city on Country Way and puts it onto Purgatory Road and Bridge, that would be something that you would support. Okay. Thoughts on this side?
Arthur, what would it take to actually model that in without with and without the bridge and have them build it? Because, I mean, we see the model,
Yeah, I don't think it'd
it's
be
so much
that,
easier when it's actually running, right?
it wouldn't be that hard to do, and I'm sure that we could get some answers on that, once we kick off this design. Because we do have some traffic engineering built into it. I just know that if you look at what exists on the north and the south of this, we have 2 state highways that we're connecting up and through, and we're linking up 2 industrial areas. Washington has it, Hurricane has it, and then we have the
And the
fairgrounds.
county.
Yeah.
And the county has plenty of industrial
And then
area.
there's just so many rooftops down there in Washington that would likely have business up in that light industrial area. Plus, they want to go to the demolition derby. I mean, it's fun. So make it easy for them, right? So,
But it is compelling to say that we connect 2 state highways, SR9 and I believe Southern Parkway is SR7.
right.
So to connecting those on a collector road like that.
And I
would
feel
be-
like that's where the state really has a nexus, where this is actually beneficial. When before the Hurricane City joined the Dixie MPO, we did a study on a few of these roads that we were master planning, including Purgatory Road, and we have a heat map that shows how the existence of Purgatory Road affects regional traffic on I-15, SR9, SR7, and it's really amazing how it reduces trips on like Telegraph. I mean, it
Oh,
really,
yeah.
it really has a positive
And
impact.
SR9, I bet too.
Yeah, for sure. So anyways,
Before you leave, Councilman Belliston,
Nothing important. I was just gonna say, I mean, I drive through Countryway at least a dozen times a week because it's convenient, but this would be way more convenient to me to where I'd bypass it. So, I mean, the hope would be to get as much, at least out of that residential area, but certainly to be able to take a better built road. So, doesn't really add anything, but my thoughts, thanks.
Council.
For the presentation. It's really needed. Like Councilman Billist and I drive on Countryway a lot for work, and it's just, we need a change as soon as possible. So appreciate your work on this. So.
thank you.
That the design's underway, and let's get the right of way so we can get some funding.
I think what we had talked about, and just kind of casually, but now more formally, is as Washington City elected folks and staff, we want to just put our full support behind Hurricane City because you have the history and the expertise on this to move forward as partners, and we're hoping that, the county will jump on as well. And I think collaboratively on kind of this east side, we can pull this off. What else would you add before we give some others an opportunity?
I think I've said my piece, so I really appreciate being able to be here, and I'll stick around, if someone calls me back up. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Hon. Mr. Edwards with the county. If you'll just state your name for the record.
I'm Todd Edwards. I'm the Public Works Director for Washington County. You can see from the map up there, those red lines, Washington City has somewhat convoluted boundary on this side, where they bounced around some ground in Western Rock and also some ground that the Water Conservancy District owns. And so we would anticipate as this road is built, that we would hope that Washington City or Hurricane would annex those areas. You're much better at development than we are. Can provide services a lot better, sewer, water, everything else. We do have a significant portion that runs through the county landfill, that area that's shown there, and also the Shooting Sports Park, and of course our fairgrounds and Legacy Park up that's in Hurricane City itself, but is a very important part of the county infrastructure. So we realize we do have a lot of that property that runs through the county. The developable part, we would hope, will will be funded mostly by development as it occurs. The sewer, water, everything else that needs to go along with this road. There is some BLM property in there that we're gonna have to get right away through. That's always a challenge, but can be fairly inexpensive. There is a lot of money from the COG for right-of-way acquisition. And so we've put that towards this in anticipation of determining what the right-of-way is. The COG used to be set up to where it just purchased land, but we've allowed it to help in these studies in order to determine the right-of-way, so that we don't have to buy entire properties and then decide where the road goes. We'll decide where the road goes first and then try to acquire the property that we need. Just the property plus the slope easements, those kind of things, so we know exactly. And so that's why I'm excited about this study right now. It will define exactly where it goes, and then we'll have, the COG brings in $1.5 million a year approximately through registration fees on your car. And so that's what it's there for, is to get this right away before it develops, before we're trying to take out homes and things like that, while it's fairly inexpensive property. So we're excited for the study. We realize the bridge will be a very expensive, and the county doesn't have the funds to pay for that. But we would anticipate putting our full support behind any efforts we can to get additional funding. So,
Very
have
well
any
said.
questions for me?
Yeah, questions for Mr. Edwards? Any thoughts?
Thanks
Thank you
for the
very much.
opportunity.
Well
That's
said.
it.
Commissioner,
Victor Iverson. Hey, it's good to be on this side. I just really have to give a big hand to Herc and especially Arthur, because even before I was a county commissioner, he hit me up on this project as well as Myron Lee. And, nothing is that easy anymore in Washington County. We sometimes, the easy decisions, maybe they were made, well, it doesn't seem like anything's ever been easy, so I won't say that.
or inexpensive.
Or inexpensive. But the time is right now to start working on this road. I think it's critical that we start to secure those right-of-ways. And so this study will help us. But once we get that done, we need to keep moving. I'd encourage Washington City to focus on that connector route from Country Road over to this road, because that's the conversations we've had before. Washington City has asked this question, and it's a good question. Well, how does this impact us? I think what's happened over the last couple of years is you guys have seen such growth over there, and you have a lot of pressure on that bridge that was only built for a residential community, and now you have industrial and everything. And plus we have the landfill. It is true that the county doesn't have a substantial part of it inside of our boundaries, but we do have the fair, and we do have the fairgrounds. And it for a long time has been a problem for us. When we get so many people over the fairgrounds, we've had to open the road through the landfill because we just don't have secondary access. And you know what your fire chiefs tell you about that. So
I don't see any in here right now, so we're probably
Yeah.
okay, but when they show up, we'll.
for my 1/3 of the vote on the county commission, I want you to know Washington County's behind this project 100%. Let's get the right-of-way secured, get the engineers to tell us how much it'll cost, and then we'll go from there. So anyway, thanks for convening this meeting, Mayor. Appreciate
Well
it.
said. Thank
Thanks
you,
for being here.
Commissioner. Myron, and then Mayor Fawcett, if you have anything to add?
I'm Myron Lee with the Dixie MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Our goal is to help the cities and the county and the state work together on transportation facilities. This project has been on our phase 1 needs list for over 10 years. We've seen a need for this road in that time grow as you're seeing on the ground here in Washington City. The MPO programs about $3 million to projects every year. And this is one of them. We helped fund the environmental assessment for the area. And we wanted to program money for the design, but we were told by our federal partners that we couldn't do that unless the money to construct the project was already in line, and we didn't have that at the time. We still don't. But as Arthur explained, that money was exchanged for state funds that are now available to go forward with this study. We're fully supportive of this study. I think it's necessary to get a good cost estimate, not just to build the whole thing, but to maybe present a plan on how it could be phased in over time.
Can I ask a question?
Sure,
How difficult
Troy.
do you think it's going to be to seek those federal funds?
Excuse me?
How difficult do you think it'll be to seek the federal funds?
So the federal funds that we have available from our MPO is $3 million a year. We're not going to be able to do the whole project, but we could participate.
Okay, those federal funds. Okay, I didn't know if you were
Right.
talking about.
Right,
additional-
so the money that we program are federal funds. Okay. Sorry for that misconception. Well, we program our money out for 4 years, 4 years ahead. So we just finished programming our 2030 funds.
Can we have the next 4 years worth?
I would encourage you to bring a request to the MPO, yes,
No,
absolutely.
we want it when St. George isn't here.
Well, if they're not here, it's a slam
I
dunk,
know who
right?
has that assignment. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. But yeah, we're very supportive of this project. It's gonna need to be a shared expense for all of us. And it will tax our budget. So, we kind of have to link arms and go at it together.
That's kind of the Dixie way, isn't it?
That's what I'm told. That's what I've experienced over the last several years. Thank you.
Thank you, Myron.
Any more questions?
Mayor Fawcett.
Mayor Clark Fawcett. I know that Arthur's pretty well explained to you, I think, where we've been working on this for a long time and seen the need for it. A lot because we only have one way in and out, and that area is developing a lot more as with the industrial as well. And so we see a need for it and have been wanting to do something as soon as we can. But we appreciate the partnerships we have with the people in Washington County, the county, and with Washington. Had good relationships, and we'd like to be able to continue that and partner with you in any way we can to get this done for our mutual benefit. So I think we're solidly behind it. Obviously, there's a lot of funding to have to be gathered in order to make this happen, but I'm happy to work with you and with the county and try to raise funds in some manner or another through some source to be able to get it done. So appreciate your help and support.
Well said. Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Jordan Hess, you work as a legislative affairs officer for the city. We just kind of talk, and you've been back at DC with Senator Lee's office, and can you just talk to us a little bit about maybe some of the connections we might have with Senator Curtis's office and with Congresswoman Malloy and kind of some of the funding approaches and avenues we might have?
Yeah, I've already reached out to get the ball rolling on an official funding request through Senator Curtis's office. Grace Simmons in his DC office handles these types of requests. He sits on one of the committees that provides infrastructure funding for roads and bridges. That's the main reason I went through his office, is that he sits on that committee that would have jurisdiction. They just wrapped up all of their funding appropriation requests for this budget year, and now they'll start the process for the next fiscal year. So we will be part of that next fiscal year request. And that would have to be approved, by his committee, and then pass as probably part of a larger package of bills, and then go over to the House and pass in a funding bill there. But yeah, that ball is rolling, and I've already made contact with his staff.
So Jordan, on that, the funding, because right-of-way is such a big deal, is that going to affect being passed on if we have right-of-way with them?
If we have the right of way, then that probably makes it easier to get the
Yeah, I'm
funding
just
for
wondering,
that.
are they going to kick us out because we don't have the right-of-way? Because, I mean, they're going to be under design for 6-7 months, I would say, 8 months, and then they start working on right-of-way. By next year, we might not even have the right-of-ways identified fully yet, depending on how fast they can do it. But that's where I'm bringing up the question. I'm glad we're moving forward, even if it doesn't get passed this year, it helps for the following year. I just wondering if they have a hard rule about right-of-way or not.
And they just barely concluded the process for the next fiscal year, so we've got 12 months. If we can get it done in the next 12 months, that gives us a better chance, but if not, then we can just do a
And I
repeat
think
request.
Arthur had mentioned that that was one of the challenges previously, is not having the right of way. So that sounds like order of operations, that's got to be near the front. Councilman Henderson, did you have something to add? You leaned forward, and we were waiting for your wisdom. Just join Jordan up there, Arthur, and
Yeah, so I actually thought about this, and I'm glad something stimulated the right part of my brain. I feel like in order to get the right of way, we're going to have to hire an agent and aggressively go after finding out who's a willing seller, because those willing sellers, when we can make deals with them, we can use the COG funds. And so we would be ahead if we hired an agent, find the willing sellers, get the appraisals done, and get those deals done. We'd be able to do it very quickly.
We can help point you in the right direction, because we had the same problem along the canal trail and got 65 easements, so.
and we got 64 of them.
Yes.
Did you hire an agent to help you with that? Yeah, I just.
And it wasn't the right of way, like we had the right of way figured out and the easements written and all that, and then we had this group go do it. And they basically hit off all the little stuff. And then the hard stuff, you had to bring in people like Paul and Barry to come, and Jeremy to
Right.
figure out the final.
Mostly Paul, heavy hitter back there.
I think that should be part of our plan, though, is.
I agree, I think it's a good plan, Arthur.
Todd?
The county was able to secure Sheep Bridge Road funding through a congressional earmark, exactly like what you're looking for now. And it was subject to getting the right of way. So it's not a hard, fast rule that you have to have all of the right of way in place. But I think having the alignment and knowing where you're going to go goes a long ways towards making it more comfortable for Congress to approve the funding.
And while you're there, I know Councilman Ivey had mentioned, how do we coordinate this? I think that's an interesting question, where we've got three, separate entities. How do we coordinate and work as a unit? How did you see that from your role, Todd?
We've kind of let Hurricane run with this phase of the project. With the environmental assessment, they were kind of the primary driver of that also. And so I think we let them actually contract with the consultant. COG funds can then go back to Hurricane City to reimburse them for their costs, or they can just send the bill straight to the COG. So that's been our best approach. Is usually better if you can have somebody responsible to do it, rather than everybody standing back and waiting for somebody else to do it. And Arthur has been willing to take that point, so
Yeah.
that's what I'd encourage now for this phase of it.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, once we have the right of way established, and like I said, we hire an agent or something like that, we may need to rediscuss it at that point. But we could again probably use COG funds that have to be reapplied for, but we can definitely, that's one of the things that the COG could pay for, would be an agent to go out and actively encourage people to come to the table and sell the property.
And including the surveying and defining the areas and. Okay.
Yep, all of that's included, and that's pretty much included in this contract now, is getting all of the right-of-way documents done, exhibits, legal
And
descriptions, so that you
I
get.
think the thing that we found, at least on a much smaller scale, but with our historic canal trail, just the consistent attention to it.
Yeah.
And just chipping away little by little with the coordinated effort. Didn't you find that, Councilman?
Yeah, I mean, it took us a few years to get to that point, but then once we got it, we got momentum, and it went fairly quick once we started pecking away at it. But it took that time. So, I mean, once you have that stuff figured out as far as the locations and areas, I mean, I think we could help with working toward that, getting those easements.
And I think most of the landowners along here they would love to have a road and utilities and everything else run to their property. It's certainly going to increase the value of their property. So I don't think it'll be a hard sell, but just have to realize that the COG can only sell to a willing seller at the appraised price. We can't pay more, and it has to be somebody that there's no threat of condemnation on.
Well said. Thank you.
Thanks.
Jordan, Councilman Ivey has a question for you.
So Jordan, I think that with the senator and Grace, as they come back here, it might be really good to meet together the key people from the two cities and the county, and maybe even go on a little field trip and kind of show them what we're talking about and why this is something that is a priority. And I might suggest, Mayor, that Jordan has good reach into DC, has friends there and knows the senators well. And maybe we could ask him to run point on this as far as the monies that we could gather from the federal agencies, just so it's coordinated together.
Yeah, I think you'd be a great resource, and again, we're supporting, Arthur and Hurricane City, but this is a team coordinated effort, and we bring all of our skill sets to the table.
Yeah, and I have been texting back and forth with Jeff, who is listening in from Senator Curtis's Southern Utah office. And Jeff, if you are still listening, we would love to get, even a couple minutes on the senator's schedule next time he's in Southern Utah.
I think April, I'm hearing.
Take him out and show him this area and just the need that exists.
Thanks, Jordan. Is there anyone else from staff that has an interest? Blake, anything? Or John, anything that you'd have to add to this?
Sorry, I'll wait till I get up here. I don't think there's a whole lot more I can add. We've definitely looked at this, and I think putting it together, we're starting to head in that right direction of where we look at it as a whole project. I see, it makes sense to be able to, do 2 lanes or something to get there, and then you can do some additional things as development and other things come in. But that bridge is just, I'll restate it, it's very critical to have that and make that work. Adding more to an already other problem that we have over in Country Way is just really going to be tough. But certainly, I think having all that coordination together, that's going to help a lot, because we really haven't had fully. I mean, we've been talking about different things like that, but you see that price tag, and just as us as a city looking at it, we're like, if we're just us, we can't probably make that happen. So we definitely need the help.
Yeah.
To be able to do that, and it just regionally significant in this area, so it's very important that way.
Thanks, Blake. Well said. Questions for our Public Works Director? Comments? All right, thank you. Paul, Arthur, anything else to add? This has been your presentation.
So a couple things. Number one, trail connectivity. So we have an active transportation plan that's regional, that connects along Purgatory Road, like the Sullivan Trail, and connecting up to the fairgrounds and across the river to into Hurricane. So this corridor is also for trail connectivity. And then just one last thing to kind of make this memorable, if it isn't already. I read this story by Pat McManus about bad company. Has anyone read that one? So his mom always told him, you can always tell when you're in bad company if there's a wave of enthusiasm that ends in catastrophe. So I think we've had a wave of enthusiasm, but I don't think it's going to end in catastrophe.
This is good company.
We're in
here,
good
Arthur.
company, so thank you.
Well said. Paul, I'll give you the last word. And
No, I think everything's.
So Paul, you got to end with the Gunnison story.
yeah, that's exactly right, Councilman. You got to come clean on that.
That's a whole presentation in and of itself. I don't know if you guys are ready for that right now. That's a whole thing. Just kind of an idea. So that bridge across the river is a key component to it all. Otherwise, we're throwing a lot of traffic onto Country Way, which I don't think we want to do. The bridge is roughly about 400 feet. So I was just doing a comparison. So the Southern Parkway, George Washington Boulevard interchange that we did, the bridge on that is just under 200 feet. It's like, I can't remember, like 160, 180 feet long. And just the construction alone on that was roughly about $10 million. So double that, for that bridge, you're probably somewhere in the ballpark of a $20 million bridge just for the bridge, let alone all the other stuff. So just kind of rough ballpark idea of where we're sitting funding wise for this. And yeah, regionally significant, it'd be a great asset to this side of the county and the community, and would be great, and just re-emphasizing that bridge.
Okay.
But that'd be all I got.
Anything for Paul?
I just know that, there are, when we were doing Washington Dam Road, right, you got a couple of property owners down there that have wanted to remain in the county for whatever reasons. I don't, it's unfortunate when you gotta go try and get at land acquisition and they're not willing sellers, right? So,
Right,
or for an annexation, but
right.
I know we're gonna have to go down that road.
And like Arthur pointed out, like during the EA of this, all the property owners were sent a notification of this, so it shouldn't be too unfamiliar to them. Now, however, that's been several years, so could be different property owners, so, but.
How long do you think the bridge approval would take?
Approval meaning like design?
Well, I mean, I asked
approval
earlier,
or
right, the Mall Drive Bridge was almost 20 years from when they started looking at it before we could get it built.
Yeah,
Just the FEMA.
so it kind of depends on where the funding's coming from, if it's local, there's less, I'm gonna say, less restrictions. If it's on a state level, there's more restrictions. Federal, there's even more restrictions. If we get federal funds on this, it could take some time.
Okay.
We'll keep chipping away at it. We'll figure this out. Thank you, everyone. Very good, very healthy discussion. Appreciate everyone making time to be here and be part of it. The next item on our agenda is to move to closed session. Council, we do need to go into closed session for purchase, exchange, or lease of property, and I'll call for a motion on that item.
So moved.
Have a motion by Councilmember Henderson, a second by Councilman Bellison. We'll go roll call, beginning with Councilwoman Casperson. Ivy.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Bellison.
Aye.
We'll move into closed session, and we will reconvene for our regular meeting at 6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock. We'll get started with our regular meeting. Today is February 25th, 2026. We are in the council chambers at Washington City Hall. Our meetings are streamed live at washingtoncity.org/meetings and archived for later viewing. We appreciate our ongoing support of the Interfaith Council, and I see a reverend, I'm guessing with the Good Shepherd Presbyterian Church. Okay, I have yet to meet you, so you'll have to introduce yourself to us when you come. And then I've invited our Police Chief, Jason Williams, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after the invocation. Reverend.
I invite us to be together in a attitude of prayer. Almighty and gracious God, we give thanks for the many blessings of this day and this glorious place where we live. We give thanks and praise for all the ancestors and pioneers who have made this place possible. And so tonight we pray for your wisdom and discernment as this council considers issues of public safety, care for community needs in light of the demands of services growing, and also for insight and sensitivity in long-term planning for the good of the region. Lord, these are complex and weighty subjects, and you've called us to be faithful stewards of precious resources for generations yet to come. So as this council meets to discern and govern, we give thanks for the gifts of their time, talent, and commitment. And we pray that whatever burdens and distractions they may have brought into this time may be set aside in your tender care. Give us peace, O God, that we may rejoice in your goodness to us and to all of your children, and be thankful in your love revealed. And I pray all this and more in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. We sure appreciate that. And will you also tell us your name? We got to know Reverend Klingen, but I understand you have...
So I am Reverend Celeste Lasich.
Reverend Celeste Lasich.
And because Lasich seems unpronounceable to most of y'all, it's usually Celeste. And so I'm the interim pastor with Good Shepherd Presbyterian.
Wonderful.
So I'll be with them in this transition as they're seeking their vision for the future and their next long-term leader.
Wonderful. And a beautiful prayer. Thank you for your ongoing support.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Council, I will make note that we do not have need to go to closed session. That said, I will call for a motion to approve the agenda as outlined.
So made.
I have a motion by Councilman Belliston.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We do not have any announcements that I'm aware of. Council, is there anything between now and our next meeting that should be announced to the public? Seeing none, we'll go to the next item, which is declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Is there anything to declare this evening? Seeing none, we'll go to the consent agenda, consisting of the approval of the minutes from the City Council meeting of 2/11/2026. I'll entertain a motion on that item.
Mayor, I will make that motion to approve the consent agenda as printed.
We have a motion by Councilman Ivy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved unanimously. We'll move on to section 5 of the agenda, which is resolutions. Item 5A is consideration to approve a resolution accepting an annexation petition known as the Adams Annexation. City Recorder Tara Pence will present to the council on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We received an annexation petition for the Adams family parcels in Washington Fields. I'm sure you're all familiar with where those are located. Portion of it runs along 20 East, and then the other piece is along 3090 South. This will bring it with the initial piece as a island right in the center, and then the peninsula, so this will close those boundaries there. The total is about 140 acres. The applicant has already did the initial part where they county mails notices, notice of intent, and this is the council's first step where you give the acceptance of the petition so I can start the hearing and notification and certification process.
So are there any other unannexed parcels, whether it's this applicant or other applicants that are kind of in that general vicinity?
We do have the one other parcel that's near the temple, but this is that one is not an island. This will be the final island piece, and then the peninsula down at the bottom.
But that one already came in, or is it's
The
a
church
separate
piece, it's not, this is two parcels. So this is bringing both of those in with one annexation.
Okay.
Both the Adams pieces.
Okay.
Council, any additional questions for the city recorder with respect to the 140 or so acre annexation?
I do have
Councilman
one
Ellison.
other question. I talked to the applicant earlier, because typically it comes in as zoning, but I'm not seeing like an exhibit on the zoning for it. But this will have zoning with it when it comes in as an annexation
Yeah.
under PD.
So it's gonna come back to you with a public hearing after all of the others, after I do all of the other requirements through
Okay.
the state. And then when that comes back in with the hearing, you guys will determine what zoning. I've talked with the applicant a little bit, and I think that they want to come in with a PUD, but it'll have to go back through the process to get all of those things in place, but it'll be just like a PUD with an undetermined plan.
You still have an opportunity if they wanted to refine that plan a little bit or tweak the zoning a little bit, or that portion of it has had to have been made at this point.
So they can't come in with a specific PUD because it has to go through land use. So like with lots and all those things, is
No, I
that what you
understand.
mean?
What I'm asking is, we have a PD designation,
Mhm.
but sometimes there's a PD commercial portion of it, PD residential portion of it, it's broken up in that designation. That's what I'm asking, not a PD plan.
Yeah, that would all come back through again through the zoning request.
Okay.
Well, Tara, this is great. You are getting very experienced in annexations as of late. So just for the information, tonight is the first step. So this is the council, your vote would be to approve a resolution accepting an annexation petition. That petition, when it comes back to the council, will include a zoning designation as well as a public hearing on that. And we certainly appreciate the Adams family and know that they have a long history and heritage in the Washington Fields, and also can appreciate the reasoning for keeping some of that agricultural land in the county for many years. But council, this is for you to chew on. I don't think there's much to chew on this, really. If there's not any further discussion, I'll call for a motion to approve this resolution.
Okay, I'll make the motion where we accept the annexation petition known as the Adams annexation.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Bellison. Was there further comment? I didn't mean to.
No, I was just gonna jump in and make a motion, but he beat me to it.
He's a pretty quick gunslinger there. You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates, second by Councilman Bellison. It is a resolution, so we'll begin with Council Member Ivy. Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston. Casperson.
Aye.
That is approved unanimously, and if you're here for this item, you don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting. If you have other places to be, you're welcome to be excused. That was pretty quick, so. The next section on the agenda is public hearings. We'll have 3 public hearings. And I just for a reminder, looks like we have some of our good residents here in attendance tonight, and we appreciate you being here, and we want to hear your voice. I will just, as a reminder to all of us, state that we did receive online comments for some of these items, and I'll be more specific when we get to those items. And also, just as a reminder, this is an opportunity for the council to primarily listen and for the residents to speak and give their feedback. I found the most well-thought and well-spoken comments can happen in about 3 minutes or so. That said, we'll move to item 6A. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for an easement abandonment located at 1141 East Lost Ridge Drive, Chaparral Heights, Lot 1. Public Works Assistant Director John Hinkie will present. And by the way, we received no online public comment on your easement, John.
That's good to hear. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. We have a correction for the Chaparral Heights plat. During construction, the originally intended detention pond, we found we could do some other stormwater functions, features and stuff and make it work. With that, we need to abandon the PUE that went around the detention pond. It'll eventually be replatted with the PUE moving back to right behind sidewalk on the front of the property line. So we would respectfully request to vacate the current easement.
John, are they eliminating the detention pond then?
What's
too?
that?
Is the detention pond being eliminated as
Yes.
well?
Yeah, we eliminated it during construction and it just kind of got missed on the plat when we finalized that, so.
Council, you've seen the revised plat. You've read through your packet. Any additional questions for Mr. Hinkie? Seeing none, I'll turn back to you for further discussion and or a motion.
Public hearing.
It's public.
Is it a public hearing? Thanks for keeping me honest here. At this time, I will open up the public hearing on item 6A. Anyone wishing to speak on the easement abandonment? This is now your opportunity to come forward and share your thoughts. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, and now, Council, I will turn to you for additional discussion and or a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance for an easement abandonment located at 1141 East Lost Ridge Drive, Chaparral Heights, Lot.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Ivey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. Because this is an ordinance, we will again go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Casperson. Ivey.
Aye.
That item is approved 5-0. The next item of business is 6B. This is public hearing and consideration to approve a resolution providing the creation of the Corner Post Public Infrastructure District. Economic Development Director Rusty Hughes will present to the council on the proposed district.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You have, there has been a little bit of work on this done already. They came in for a zone change that's in line with the general plan. They're doing PUD zoning, and they had some uses that were approved. And they're going to elaborate a little bit more. They have a presentation. But tonight, we're here to talk about the property located on approximately the northwest corner of George Washington Boulevard and Washington Fields Road. This is the lower 20 acres there on that piece. And it's currently undeveloped. It's planned for PUDC commercial use with a grocery anchor and then some other complementary retail around it. Tonight, the purpose is to consider approval of a public infrastructure district. And the purpose of a public infrastructure district for the public is it's a separate local government entity created solely to finance public infrastructure needed to serve the development. And there's some important points to remember on this. One is that it's for eligible improvements that are constructed to city standards and then dedicated as required with any development. The other thing that I think is really key to remember is that there is no financial obligation to the city. City revenues, credits, and assets cannot be pledged as security for any PID debt, so it is a debt instrument. And the district operates independently and dissolves once the obligations are paid. So the formation of a district enables financing of infrastructure that's not otherwise feasible for another public entity to undertake. And this particular piece has quite a bit of public infrastructure required on all three sides. And so as staff, I do recommend approval for this. It's gone through quite a bit of a review. We do have outside counsel that reviews this. Gilmore Bell is our contracted outside counsel that has reviewed it, and then we also have a municipal advisor of Zion Public Finance. It goes through an extensive review by staff, our outside consultants, and then will be presented tonight by the developer and their consultants. And for the public, I'd also want to just stress that a public infrastructure district allows development to proceed in this case, a 100% commercial development in an area that is general plan to be commercial and has already received a received a zone change for a PUD. But those costs that are incurred, they benefit the costs go to the benefiting properties, which means that ad valorem tax benefits, the cost goes to only participants within the PID area. So they will outline the PID area. There's no additional tax to anyone around that area. So it's basically an extra tax that they tax themselves. They agree to tax themselves to help pay for those upfront significant infrastructure costs. But they will go over all of that in detail, and I'll just introduce the team here. The applicant is Evergreen Development, and Matt Nielsen is here. He's got a few other people. I'll let him introduce. And then they have their financial advisor, which is Marcus Keller from Cruz and Associates. You may remember him. He represents the developer in this, and then we also have a municipal advisor again that's on the city side. Okay. Any questions?
Thanks, Rusty.
All right, thank you.
Matt, good to see you again.
Thanks, Rusty. Mayor, council, it's good to be back up here. Let's see it. Just click through it. There we go. I'll go through this presentation pretty quickly. Rusty did a great job introducing the project. I'm here from Evergreen Development. Tyler Carlson was on his way here and his flight was delayed too much, so he's stuck in Denver at this point. Erica and Ian with Evergreen, you know from past projects. With us today, Allie Blossom is here with Piper Sandler. As Rusty mentioned, Marcus Keller with Cruz and Associate, and with WB, Blair is not here, but Betsy is here in Blair's stead with the finance team. Really quickly, in case, just kind of a refresh on who Evergreen Development is. We've been developing for over 50 years. We've done over 600 projects in about 280 different municipalities throughout the United States, primarily focused on the Western United States. These projects right here, these 4 projects, just highlight a few of our recent projects. Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Of the projects that you do, how many do you retain them all? How many do you retain? How many have you sold?
Yeah, I would say it depends on the market and what's going on. We primarily build to then sell the project after completion. I would say we maybe hold 30% of what we do after it's fully stabilized and complete.
Okay.
So these projects right here, Mesa, Arizona, we recently completed a Safeway project with a 57,000 square foot Safeway with additional supporting retail around it, including local restaurants, Denny's, AutoZone, a few people like that. We're working on a 315 unit development in Farmington, Utah right now that's under construction and nearing completion. We recently bought a shopping center in Saratoga Springs, Utah. That was a former grocery store that we re-tenanted with Vasa Fitness and then refurbished and redeveloped the rest of the center. And then we recently completed a project here in Washington with Panera, Quick Quack, and Cypress Credit Union. Panera and Quick Quack are built and completed, and Cypress is under construction right now. This gives an overview of the project, which I know you know where it is, but northeast corner of George Washington, Washington Fields. We are close with a 56,000 square foot grocer to take the anchor spot. And then we're anticipating about 27,000 square feet of additional retail around, which will include restaurants, coffee, bank, retail sales, convenience, automotive, all the similar uses that go along with a standard grocery anchored box. This gives just kind of an overview of how it'll lay out with the approved accesses all around with internal roadways, with that grocer taking the far back northeast corner. This is an overview of our project timeline. The PID or the PUD was approved last time. The PID, we're hoping gets approved today. Entitlements, we're going to be kicking them off quickly with bond closing on this PID, the PID, end of this year. We're hoping to start horizontal infrastructure first part of 2027 with our grocery anchor opening 2028 and a full project completion in 2029. I just wanted to mention Evergreen buys to develop. We don't buy to land bank. That's not the business we're in. With our investors, we have a fiduciary to move quickly for them because we don't make any money until the project is completed. So there's a lot of developers, particularly in Utah, that land bank projects that come in, buy, sit, and then just wait to see what happens. But we are actively moving forward as quickly as we can with this project. So we're hopeful to get these projects up and going in 2028 with finalized in 2029 to get that sales tax coming in. Rusty hit on this a little bit, but this site in particular faced a few challenges when we started underwriting this project, particularly.
Matt, can I add kind of some unique challenges, really?
Yeah, unique challenges. There's 3 different roads that border this site. All of them need to be widened. All of them need curb, gutter, sidewalk, or in this instance, a trail system along there. So in addition to the road widenings, curb, gutter, sidewalk, dedicated right turn lanes, we also face a pretty high cost on bringing sewer line in. We're bringing sewer line from about 800 feet to the north. That's off-site down from the north up at the Staley property down to our property. There's been a couple of comments on Camino Real about safety issues, so we just wanted to point out that there is currently no curb and gutter sidewalk along Camino Real, which obviously that will be installed with setbacks and everything, so we're hoping that improves safety as well. The other part of this, which doesn't necessarily count as public infrastructure, but it is adding a significant cost to the project, is that screen wall that goes along the north end of the property. It's about 1,600 feet of a 6-foot block wall as per city code to install, which is adding a pretty substantial cost to the project. Again, PID improvements, PID funds can't be used for all costs associated with the project. They have to be specific to public infrastructure costs, which would include the road, sidewalk, trail systems, things like that, but not necessarily the screen wall, but I'm just pointing that out. This is a breakdown of our total infrastructure costs, not just the public improvements, but the total infrastructure costs. But again, widening the roads, internal roadways, right-of-way landscaping, utility infrastructure, and stormwater collection and detention.
Yeah, so you've got mass grading and earthwork.
Mass grading and earthwork is just included in the total infrastructure cost, but not necessarily what the PID proceeds will go. So the left table is just total infrastructure cost, not necessarily the PID, the public infrastructure broken out. So public infrastructure will be particularly used for what's highlighted to the right of that, not necessarily the total bill. So yeah, mass grading, earthwork, unfortunately won't be able to be used towards those PID proceeds.
And the plan is to construct all the roads at one time, right?
Correct,
Just have it all done.
Yeah, we want to knock everything out at once. It's a lot more economical to do that for us. So all the road widening will be done at the same time. The blue area highlights where the PID boundary will be. Again, it consists completely of commercial. There won't be any residential included in this PID boundary. The PID boundary, the max mill levy that we're going to put on this property is 5 mills. Per the local ordinance, it's allowable up to 10 mills, but we're going to cap that at 5 mills for this project. Just to highlight a couple key things from the governing docs of the PID boundary cannot change moving forward. Again, to reiterate, the PID is to finance and design construction of public infrastructure and nothing else. And that public infrastructure goes towards roadways and helps improve nearby residential access and safety. This gives just a quick economic tax overview and economic impact of the project. We're anticipating that by year 10 that this is adding an annual average $444,000 in sales tax to the city. The impact fees alone that this project causes or is allocated is about $675,000. We're anticipating that it creates roughly 246 new jobs. That's a very specific number, obviously, but that's just what we're calculating out. 246 new jobs, which reduces the need for people to commute further away from home. And then down at the bottom, you see the current taxable value of the property at 4.8 million, and then what our estimated taxable value is in 2029 after the project is completed. That's all I had on the presentation. I tried to move through that pretty quickly, but I'm happy to go back and elaborate and answer any further questions. And we have a good team here that hopefully between all of us, we can answer any questions you may have on it.
No, well done. Council, what questions do you have for Matt before we move on to Marcus?
So the one, I guess maybe the one thing that kind of gives me a little bit of pause is back to you are selling it, right? Because whenever you do a PAD, now it comes with a new tax or specific to that project. And, you know, there's a couple of residents here that are in Coral Canyon. They're like, we didn't know we had this extra tax, and they've been paying it for forever, right? I understand on the commercial side, they're a little bit more savvy, and so they get that better. But in other projects in other areas that you guys have done, you know, how many use a pit component, and then how does that conversation go on the sales side?
Yeah, absolutely. So in Colorado, where we've used these primarily historically, it's called the Metro District, but it's the same exact concept. On every single one of our grocery deals, we've had to layer on a Metro District or a PID in this instance to make the deal work and to pencil. With the nature of these commercial projects, our tenants are paying the real estate sales tax on that through their triple net fees on these projects. And so that's very, very clearly disclosed.
And property tax.
The property tax is in the letter of intent and throughout their lease. And so they do have the option to agree to that or not agree to that. We haven't had any issue in our other projects of having tenants agree to that. As you said, commercial tenants are much different than residential tenants in that they have a different understanding of what the property tax and additional fees are going to be that all get lumped into what's considered their triple net costs with their common area maintenance, utilities, and taxes, and in this case, the additional layered on PID tax on top of that. And when I say we hold about 30% of what we do, we have to be pretty flexible on a project like this because there are certain tenants that want to buy and there are certain tenants that want to lease. And so the ones that will only buy, you know, there's a lot of banks, there's a lot of institutions like that. We sell them those projects. And then on the ones that we lease, we decide which ones we're going to be holding and which ones we're going to be selling. Sometimes it makes sense to hold them and sometimes it makes sense to sell them off depending on what's going on.
I actually appreciate that distinction, Councilman, that you made, and I also just point out that on an institutional level, you're well informed of the lease or purchase option.
Yeah.
Further questions for Mr. Nelson? Would you like Marcus to present next?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll get this to the end right here.
And would you guys go easy on Marcus this time?
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, no, and
I'm just teasing, Marcus.
Matt did a great job. I really don't have much else to say.
Councilman Ivey's saying no. Does that?
No, that's all right. I'm here to take all the punches. So, no, we appreciate your consideration with this. We feel like commercial is really what the best and highest use of PIDs can be used for. It doesn't affect your residential users. It expedites commercial, and then hopefully brings in the sales tax dollars that cities desperately want and need to continue to run and function at a high level. So we appreciate this. Happy to answer any questions. The process today, Betsy can probably go into more detail if there's additional questions, would be to hold a public hearing to see if there's any comments from the public related to the PID, and then have for consideration after that a resolution for the council.
Before we move along on this too much, can I just point out for the record that I believe Betsy Fowler was Dixie High School class of '95, and probably one of the best point guards to wear the royal blue. It's nice to see you again, Betsy. Yes, she was Robin to your Batman, though. It's nice to see you back in Dixie, back home. Anyway, sorry about that.
No, we appreciate it. Betsy's been actually great through this process. She knows Washington very well, and we lean on her a lot when we have certain questions, particularly pertaining to this. So, she's great to work with. You guys have a lot of great people from this area. So.
Yeah. Council, any comments, conversation, questions with Mr. Keller?
So I've come a long ways on PID since we first met.
Okay, perfect.
Realize now that there are places and times for them. and I appreciate you being here. Obviously, one concern that I had at first, and maybe not so much now, is that potential buyers, whether they lease or they buy, they're gonna be paying for this infrastructure lift.
Right.
And they'll be proportioned out, and they'll make those payments, whether it's a lease or a buy. And those numbers are very accessible to potential buyers or renters, as that can be incorporated into their business plan from the onset. So there's no hidden costs or fees.
Exactly. It has to be disclosed, as Matt had mentioned, throughout the entire process. As you know, businesses are much more savvy, more sophisticated than a typical residential buyer, and they look at all those numbers when they're making their calculation to see if it's worth going into that area. As talking with Matt and learning quite a bit about this, particularly with commercial too, I mean, a lot of businesses anticipate, particularly in the Colorado market, that this structure will be in place to help with the funding of those horizontal infrastructure. So it's definitely not something that'll catch at least the big box store or hopefully anyone off guard because of the disclosure, but many people are already accustomed to that process. So,
Unforeseen situation.
yes, sir.
Hypothetical. Let's say that we approve this tonight, and you start to build out, and you find it hard to get that grocery anchor.
Yeah.
Or get the footage that you asked here. What happens in the event that this was approved with those specific uses?
Yeah, so the idea is that this will always be commercial, whether that commercial PID maybe comes back for some changes with maybe rezoning as far as like putting different things, different places. I'm not sure about how that process may go, but as far as the city's concerned, the PID itself will never, I'll even take your thing one step further. Let's say the bonds are issued at that point, which more than likely we won't be able to issue the bonds until we have agreements in place with those tenants, particularly the big box store. So that's going to be a condition that Piper could talk a little bit more on about at that point. But, you know, at any point during this process, if something happens, either a slowdown in the construction, complete collapse in construction, whether as a economic market or just specifically to this area, those PID bonds are designed so that that tax levy will always be affecting only those users, never the city. So what would happen is that max mill levy of the 5 mills would be into place, and let's say it only gets halfway built out, or maybe it's the projection's a little bit slower, they'll continue to tax it at that 5 mills, and it will be done through the time period of the PID. So at the end of the PID, once it matures in that 30-year time period, typically there's a 10-year runway to keep collecting if all the proceeds or all the bond payments haven't been made. But once it gets to that point after 40 years, the loss goes down to the investors. That's why they're getting between 6% and 7% tax exempt rates on this, which is still better than most horizontal infrastructure lenders. But that's why they're paying or getting a higher interest rate, because there's just more inherent risk. They're buying into a development project. And so sometimes developments are slower. Sometimes, you know, knock on wood, they just don't work out. We don't believe that'll be the case here because of the market here in Washington City and kind of the need in this area. But at the end of the day, at least the city can rest assured that nothing negatively will ever come back to the city in the form of a financial bearing or
Which
credit.
the city bears no financial responsibility for this project.
Exactly.
Under any conditions.
You said it in one sentence, what I rambled on in about a whole paragraph. So
And
exactly.
Councilman Ivy knew the answer.
He cut right
just-
through it.
He just wanted to hear you say it, Marcus. Further questions, Councilman Belliston?
I got a couple.
Yes, sir.
One is, since you're the numbers guy, how much of the triple net would be a per square foot value for this PID?
I might have Matt come up and talk about that a little
Okay.
bit, if that's all right.
I don't know that off the top of my head.
I'm just curious for my own sake, because I deal with a few triple nets here and there, right? So, because I don't know, and I haven't dealt with a PID before. The last one that got run through was run through before me. The other one is on the Board of Trustees, on the board composition. It says they're appointed by the city council. So we just pick 3 people that are now the Board of Trustees, or how does that work?
Well, Betsy can talk about some of the technicalities if you want to go into that detail, but they're appointed by the city council by what's already included as part of the governing document packet. So those will be the 3 landowners that are currently involved as part of the development. I believe it's Matt, Tyler, and the COO. So you're appointing them, but it's basically by the approval of that resolution that you're appointing that board.
So then you get the project done and you guys sell it in 5 years, then it's the buyers, they
the city council has to vote to say that they're the new trustees.
It'll always be the landowners of those properties after that point. Yep.
Okay.
And I believe Aaron Wade is on the line. I'm not sure if he's able to connect in or not. He could go into more detail. He represents.
Do you feel like you need more detail on that, Councilman?
Okay, perfect. But it'll always transfer to the landowner. So again, you're appointing it basically by adopting the resolution, but then after that time, once it's sold, new owners, if it's sold from Evergreen, then the new owners would be on the board. If Evergreen keeps it in their portfolio, they would continue to remain on the board. After the bonds mature, over that 30-year period, then the PID would dissolve and then obviously would no longer exist and all the stuff that
So
accompanied
we
it.
approve this and you guys move forward and then we pretty much wash our hands of it.
Well, we hope you would come visit the stores and
Well,
spend
you
lots
know,
of money.
we're gonna come spend some money, but I mean.
We gotta keep you from shopping in St. George.
That's true.
Well.
So, no, but.
Also from an oversight
But
perspective.
as far as an oversight perspective, you're exactly right. These are designed to be standalone infrastructure. They're designed to be standalone local governments. I mean, the whole reasoning for the PID was because of issues that had happened with prior special assessment bonds prior to PIDs, where the actual city issued the bonds. And even though it was in name only, tell that to lawyers, right? So this is a complete 100% separation from the city and allows us to get the cheaper financing by just pledging the land and those property taxes within that area.
And if a buyer came in and said, hey, you know what, here's a project, but we don't want the PID, it's gotta be satisfied before, or through the purchase or whatever, that could actually be done too, correct?
If that big box store who's gonna really be kind of the bread and butter of this whole area, as you saw by that commercial development, came in and just said, hey, actually, we're just going to cut a check and we don't want a PID, we don't want levies. That's something they'd negotiate with Evergreen. But yeah, they could potentially either pay off a PID that's already existing, defease the bonds, and then we would
There's
dissolve
no
the PID.
prepayment penalty for that, is what I'm
There's a
saying.
6-year lockout period, but if they negotiate it, because like I said, they're going to have that in place prior to the bond issuance on it. But if they came and said, hey, we don't want to deal with a PID, we're just going to front the cost for this infrastructure. I'm not sure if that makes sense in the commercial world, but if they said that, then great, then that's solving all the things the PID could finance anyway, so there wouldn't be any reason to have a PID or finance infrastructure if it's already being paid for with cash up front. So.
Good questions.
Does that answer, sorry, does that, okay.
Councilman
So
Coates?
my question is about the agreement. You keep bringing up 30 years, but it says 40 years under here.
Correct.
So explain that a little more, why it says
Yeah.
40 versus the 30 you've been talking about.
So in the bond community or in the investor community, we issue the bonds for 30 years to those investors, but they want a 10-year runway because in the cases that perhaps the development doesn't produce as much as they'd assume property value-wise or slows down. So basically, if for whatever reason those bonds aren't paid off within that 30-year period, there's some accrued interest that was never paid, then the investors have the right or can basically dictate that mill levy keep collecting until they're made whole. So that's why we call it a 30-year bond within an additional 10-year runway. The hope is that, after that 30 years, everything will have been done great, bonds will be paid off, but the investors require that kind of as like a little insurance policy for their money. So that's kind of where you get that 34-year separation. Sorry, 30 and 40.
Any additional questions for Marcus? Thank you. Is there anyone else from Evergreen who would like to speak to the council before I open up the public hearing? At this time, I'll open up the public hearing for item 6B, which is consideration to approve a resolution providing for the creation of the Corner Post Public Infrastructure District. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this item may come forward now. I will, for the record, note that we did not receive any electronic public comment on item 6B. At this time, I will close the public hearing, and I will turn to the council for further discussion and/or a motion on this item. You see Councilman Henderson changing his glasses.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve a resolution providing for the creation of the Corner Post Public Infrastructure District.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Henderson. Is there a second?
And that,
Second by Councilman Ivy, making amends with Marcus Keller. We'll go roll call on this one, beginning with Councilmember Belliston.
Aye.
Casperson. Ivy. Coates.
Aye.
Henderson. That is approved on a vote of 4-1, and we appreciate your investment in Washington, and we have all the confidence in the world that you will make us proud on the Corner Post project. And Matt, I hope you have another chance to go camping with your family. I know we were up north and ran into you and your kids at the, I think it was a Chick-fil-A, and you're loading up before you wait till it warms up a little though, okay?
Every summer.
And I know many of you may have traveled a long way, so at this time, if you'd like to be excused, we would be happy to see you next time. The next item on the agenda is 6C. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve a resolution imposing the emergency services sales and use tax in the amount of 0.33%. City Manager Jeremy Redd will present to the council on this item. Mr. Redd.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Marcus for warming us up and talking all this finance.
I just feel like it was a really
exciting
good come
numbers.
together moment for some, I'm
really
beating
good.
the dead, I'm kind of going too far now.
I want to start off a little bit by channeling my inner Thad, if you'll give me a second here. Thad loves to tell stories and history of Washington City, but one of the questions that I've received from residents and also from city council members this week is kind of why are we here? Where did we come from? And why do we see ourselves sort of in a position where we need to make some adjustments potentially? And so here's a couple of pictures, and we have a few fire and a few police personnel here, but I want to go back as far as 2006. And if you see the picture on the upper left, that's in front of our building there. That was our fire crew back in 2006, and the gentleman in the middle was Chief Tandy. He's a fire chief, and then some of you will recognize the two firefighters on his left, our right in the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Those were our 3 full-time fire employees in 2006. The others are part-time, and then what we had in 2006, we had mostly a part-time volunteer fire service that certainly didn't provide the level of service that we have today. And then if you move to the right-hand screen, this is the most recent 2025 picture of our fire department. In those 20 years, essentially, we now have 28 full-time employees in our fire service. The difference and the thing that's happened that's the big change is really moving from that volunteer, part-time, small-town type fire department to what we have today. So I think that's a little history, and I get to pretend like I'm Thad a little.
Jeremy, is it kind of fair to say, and I'm not an expert in fire, but is it fair to say also that during that same period of time, part-time and volunteer fire service, kind of that historical hometown fire service, it just hasn't been as practical or as implemented?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Chief Evans could talk more to that, but certainly the training, the equipment, the way that they have to be trained and prepared for today's uses and fires, much different. And it just really doesn't lend itself, especially in a city the size of Washington City, the second largest city in Washington County. We certainly couldn't still be doing what we do with a volunteer part-time fire department. And I would say that the economy has something to do with that too. People don't have the kind of time that they used to have or the jobs where they can spend that kind of time training without being compensated for it. It's just too hard to make a living anymore to be able to do a lot of that. And not to be outdone, because Chief, here's another slide that kind of shows, again, this was back in 2007. You see we had older apparatus and older equipment, and here's some of our guys. I believe this was a training fire that they set so that they could do some training. But again, you're seeing a much different fire service than what we see today. And not to be outdone, Chief Williams would be frustrated if I only showed fire pictures. So This is a little bit more history. Here's 2006. The reason we have these pictures, 2006 is when Washington City went from being served by Washington County Sheriff's Office to having its own police department. And you see Chief Keith there in the middle in the back row. And at that point, they went from the sheriff to 16 officers that served Washington City at that point. And today, you can see from the picture in the bottom right, we now have 41 sworn officers and then quite a bit of support staff that are on that back row that help take care of our service. And
Isn't our current sheriff one of those officers?
I don't know the history as well. If you could
He
see
is.
what is that there. But that was our original. I don't know if I can make it any bigger from my end here, but
I know he covered when it was with the county, with the sheriff, and they covered Washington. I know him and
I know he
Rulon
covered
Jones
Washington
and Sheriff
whatnot.
Brooksby was.
Okay.
Okay, and served as part-time officer as well.
so I think I highlight the growth both in the department size, but also in the types of issues that they see and the types of crimes that we see now as a larger community that we perhaps didn't see in 2006. Some of the things that our police department are involved in, we help with bomb squad, we help with SWAT team, drug interdiction, drug task force, major crimes, internet crimes against children, all those types of things that back in 2006 just weren't in the cards for our police department as they started. So along with that, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but we've had a lot of residential growth in our city, and these are not exact numbers. We try to come up with our best population numbers, but it's hard to get everybody to sit still so we can count them. So we think we had about just under 30,000 people in 2018. So I'm now going back 7 years, and now our population is just over 48,000. The mayor likes to say we double in size about every 10 years, and that's what we're seeing here, about 63% growth in the last 7 years. But about every 10 years in Washington, we double in population. I took some of the big numbers and tried to distill them down into bite-sized pieces that I can understand better. Right now, between public safety, which is police and fire, it costs the city about $265 per resident per year to provide that public safety service. The way that we pay for that is through property tax and sales tax. And right now, our property tax levy is $99. We collect $99 per resident per year of property tax. And that, as you know, property tax is 100% paid by Washington City residents.
Jeremy, we haven't done a rate increase, so how did it go from 91 to 99?
I'll
Is
explain.
that the commercial?
I'll explain when I get there. But hang tight. It's very exciting.
I'm an anxious person.
No, it's good. And then the additional that isn't covered by property tax is covered by sales tax. And we collect about $204 per resident in sales tax per year. And that sales tax is all shoppers and visitors to our community that spend money in our community and also outside of our community in the entire state of Utah have some bearing on that sales tax. But if you take that $204.99, that's $303 that we collect in taxes. Of that, $265 goes to pay for public safety, which leaves just $38 remaining per resident per year to cover all the other general fund expenses in the city. The most glaring there are the parks, trails, and streets. Those are the largest, but it also covers things like the Justice Court and the other more minor cost centers for the city that are general fund. So Councilman Belliston pointed that out. Back in 2018, we collected in property tax $91 per resident. We haven't increased our property tax in the at least 25 years. We've tried to go back. We have not increased that rate. But what we are able to, you take the same rate, you take the same amount of money, but every home or business that is built is new growth, and that does add to our property tax roll. So right now, we're collecting about $99 per resident, which essentially is because in the last 7 years, we've built more commercial. We've also built larger and more expensive homes. And so those new homes that are coming on the market pay more
in property tax because of the value of those homes. So what we're seeing is property tax has gone up by 9%, whereas inflation at the same time has gone up by 29%. And property tax is not built to be inflationary. It's built to be cover your growth, and that's it. So it is meant to be flat. That's the way it's designed. Any questions so far on that? You have another one? Or were you just? Okay, nice.
You know, I used to go to the auction with my dad as a kid up in Cedar. And you did something like that at the auction, you might walk home with, you might have just bought a cow.
Jeremy, what's the average household? Is it three people per household? Is it two?
Yeah, 2.3, something like that, people per household.
Okay, so on average, a household pays.
We say the average home in Washington City right now is around $550,000 value, taxable value, and they pay about $250
You say 250
of Washington City property tax.
But right here, you're saying 265 plus the 99. That's just the property tax, right?
That public safety cost is the total cost per resident. No, that's everything. That's how much it costs us to per resident to provide public safety. So you take the property tax and the sales tax to help pay that.
And then you're saying it's 265 per year per home?
Per
Based
person.
on current.
What it costs us to provide, yeah. People in your house, it'd be $265 times 3 is what we pay to provide you police and fire protection. Is that, okay. So just breaking that down, in 2018, we used 62% of our taxes to fund public safety. You can see it's steadily gone up, where now in 2024, 2025.
This is combined property and sales tax?
This is, yes, combined property and sales tax, and public safety, meaning combined police and fire. We're now spending 87% of those taxes on public safety. So the costs have gone up, the taxes have not gone up as fast as the growth in expenses, and so we're spending more of that tax money on.
And I see somewhere that the projections are 89 for 2026.
2026, it'd go up to 88, 89, depending. We haven't approved that budget yet, but that's the guesstimate.
Jeremy, part of the reason for this is because property taxes don't keep up with inflation, because they're designed to be flat.
Designed to be flat.
So
your sales tax does, because as goods and services cost more, they're a percentage of those goods and services, so they will move with inflation.
So sales tax, in this instance, is better for us in an inflationary time than the property tax, right?
Better as far as collecting more revenue, yeah. So this is another graph that you've all seen. We talked about this in our council retreat, and this just shows if we take 2018 as the base year, it shows the growth in percentage, and you can see that the red is fire, the purple is combined fire and police, the green is police. And so those top 3 lines are the growth of the public safety sector, and then the bottom 2 are your sales tax in blue and your property tax in orange. You can see that they're growing at a much slower rate than public safety.
And Jeremy, we want to note that the one spike in red was COVID funding money, which
this
showed a spike.
That spike right there was COVID funding, and we purchased a fire engine with some of that COVID funds.
We didn't ask for that money, but we didn't say no. We did put it to good use, and now we're paying the inflation for it, as everyone is.
So in October 2025, Washington County had spent a lot of time working with our representative, Elison, to enable a local option sales tax, and that was passed by the legislature in October of 25. That gives the city new flexibility to fund local public services through an optional sales tax, rather than relying solely on property tax increases to make up that difference. Specifically, this bill allows us to fund emergency, medical, and fire services. And what it allows is up to 0.33%, which is 33 cents, 33-cent tax on a $100 purchase, if the governing body approves it. So this group would approve that. Or it can be up to a 1% tax increase, sales tax increase with voter approval. And that would be used to support staffing needs, fund apparatus and facilities, and essentially stabilize our long-term fire and EMS operations.
Excuse me, Jim, won't that also include police in that?
No. This particular .33 is only for emergency medical and fire services. It specifically calls that out.
.33.
But if you take money that is currently being used for these purposes, you can take some of that money and fund other general fund purposes with it. But this particular .33 has to be used for emergency medical and fire.
Including police, you're saying?
No, this .33.
No, but like if you take the .33 and apply it to the cost of fire service.
Yes.
It frees up some of that money for the tight margin for other services and police.
Police, anything else that, yeah.
So the other question I have is, that's the same with the voter-approved 1%, correct?
Yeah, anything under this bill.
And there was a windfall in that .33, then you can say, okay, well, now we know we have these other capital needs that we can address because that funding is there, whereas we didn't have that prior to. Okay.
Yeah, any increase that's done with this particular bill is for emergency medical and fire services, but any money that's currently being spent on that could be repurposed if you.
And the .33 is on discretionary funds, so it's not on.
Yeah, that's my next slide
Oh,
right here.
I didn't mean to get ahead of you.
That's okay, that's okay. So one thing that's different about this particular sales tax as opposed to every other sales tax is this does not tax groceries and unprepared food, and then it does not tax prescriptions and fuel, which are also not taxed under regular sales tax. But groceries and unprepared food would not be taxed under this bill. So the taxable items would be retail sales, meals at restaurants and eateries, entertainment, those type of things, but not groceries, prescriptions, or gas. So essentially, 0.33% would generate approximately $2.7 million in new sales tax revenue for Washington City each year. Those funds would be used to support the current EMS and fire expenses, staffing, apparatus, facilities, to stabilize those long-term needs, as we talked about. We've discussed a lot of in depth the long-term needs that we're going to have eventually as our city builds out, including new at least 1 to 2 new fire stations, the apparatus that go along with that, and other needs. So if we took that same 2.7 million and you decided that, okay, we didn't have this particular bill that we could use to do sales tax and you wanted to do property tax instead, that would be a 58% property tax increase, which would hit just your Washington City residents. And that's not what we're recommending. And again, by doing that, we would move the percent of taxes used for public safety from that 87, 88% down to 75% to a more reasonable level.
But that kind of fixes the problem that we have now. That doesn't create a lot of headroom for, again, we have a fire station down in the fields that we need to address, and that doesn't give us much option for that.
That's correct. It doesn't,
We still have to change.
it helps stabilize where you're at right now, but it doesn't create a lot of long-term
How do we
planning
address
dollars.
that?
Well, we continue to work on our long-term planning. We've talked about redoing our impact fees to make sure that we have those fire stations and the apparatus that we need, they're allowed to be impact fee eligible. So we would address it in ways like that. But these are small pieces.
Of the
No.
impact fees can address, right? Because like the fire station on Dam Road was always, it was built as a volunteer fire station and not a manned fire station, so there's shortfall in that one, correct?
And that's not impact fee.
These other ones could be.
Yes, anything that's directly related to new growth can be impact eligible. But essentially, we're just trying to take building blocks and we're trying to take little pieces here and there and fund our long-term needs. And I would say Washington City's always been really good at that. So just as an aside, if you say, what have other cities done that are like us? Well, St. George is ahead of us. So they have a lot more sales tax than we have. And we recognize that. Back in the day, everybody went to town to spend their money, right? They have a lot more sales tax. What has Hurricane done? Hurricane took and put their fire into a fire district along with a lot of other sort of west side communities, east side communities. And they put in a big property tax and
Just for the sake of argument, how much did that cost the Hurricane residents? Because now they've got the special service district and the other.
it more than doubled their property tax. So that, essentially, that's what they did. They created a district, they added property tax, and then they've also added sales tax as well to help fund that.
So the Washington way, and this isn't new, but just, I like to bring up a couple of points. We've always, I look at former Councilmember Turek here, we've always asked our employees to kind of do more with less. But even as the second largest city in the county, and you've heard me say these numbers before, we are about 17% of the population. St. George is roughly 51% of the population. Sales tax revenue that comes to Washington is around 11 or 12%. So we're about 5 or 6 points lower than our population. St. George collects around 67% of the entire county's sales tax. So their excess of 17%, when I looked at these numbers, it's been a few months, their excess over and above their population exceeds our total.
Yeah, Mayor, we've been funding their police and fire for years.
And it's not an excuse, it's just that as we've grown residentially and we haven't, and the commercial has lagged, we've just continued to have to ask our employees to continue to do more with less, and they do a great job. But even if you look at, firefighters and police officers per capita, we would be probably well below, state and national averages. But it's just challenges of a growing city. I shouldn't have digressed, but I think that's important to note that we've always, anyway, I'll let you continue, Jeremy.
No, I think it's really good, and that is the Washington City way, which is we're going to squeeze everything out of the dollars that are given to us that we can. We may not have some of the advantages that others have, but that's fine for us. We can do it our way, and we'll make sure we do. And Councilman Ivy's fond of saying, we need to look under the couch cushions, and I think when you see that percentage, you see that we've been able to continue to squeeze and squeeze and squeeze and make do with what we have, and that's what we'll continue to try to do. And that kind of goes to your question, what do we do long term? We'll continue to put those pieces together and building blocks, and we'll do it like we've done it, and eventually we'll be able to get the services that we need.
But I don't know that there's a solution in all of that. I don't know that there's a solution in this, but there's certainly, this seems to have a little bit more light at the end of the tunnel than.
This is not a silver bullet that I'm recommending here. This is not a big, massive boost. It is enough to stabilize things and help us get forward for a few years to. So yeah.
Keeps us treading water instead of moving forward.
At least we're not drowning. If it keeps going, the trend is that.
Right now, with 11% of your budget, general fund to run the rest of the city, your nostrils are about all that's out of the water, right? So.
I would say there's some departments that would agree with you in that assessment. Now, let me talk about why I would recommend a sales tax increase as opposed to a property tax. And granted, when Hurricane and the fire district did their work, this wasn't available, so they chose to go that route. But Rusty did a lot of work for us. We have a tool called Placer AI that measures where people come from that shop at our largest retailers. And they're all really interesting when you look at them. We can't share individual data on individual retailers, but approximately 85% of the visits to our retail, and you're thinking exit 13 or exit 10, Green Springs, so all the retailers there, approximately 85% of the visits to those retail outlets are from non-residents. So that's either residents that live in other areas of Washington County, and specifically St. George has a big impact on that because it's on their border, and visitors that come to our area to spend money as well.
Jeremy, can you tell us a little bit more about Placer AI? How does it come up with 85%?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you how it comes up with the data. I don't know how much Rusty wants me to, but they use cell phone data.
She's on deck, Jeremy. We'll see how your answer is, but she's in the.
Essentially, it's a program that tracks people's cell phones as they move around, so they know where people come from, they know where they live, they know where they shop, they know where they go after they leave the area. It's a little bit. It can be. This particular tool is cell phone data.
they use a particular app, or is it like if you know how oftentimes you'll see like ask app not to track?
It's exactly that.
And so if those that are using, those who haven't put ask app not to track, those are.
That's correct. So sometimes you're,
Necessarily be using an app, or you do have to be using an app?
when you install almost any app, and we're getting a little far afield, but it'll say, is it okay if it tracks you while you're using the app or all the time? And if you don't opt out of that, then those apps sell your data to
And this is where you got this number.
aggregate all of that data and tell you, they can tell a lot about your habits, not as an individual, but as an aggregate. They can say 85% of the people who shop at these places. Now, some of them are even higher, like if you had a certain burger chain that was off of Green Spring, it's even higher. It's in the 90s of one that you, so it's even higher because it's off of I-15. A lot of people stop, they get their hamburger, they get back on the freeway and head where they're going. And so we have that data.
So for interest's sake, I mean, it's cool what they can do. It's scary what they can do with cell phones anymore too. But when Councilman Turek and I were on, and for milepost 11, which is now milepost 12, they actually had to come in and put Bluetooth antennas all over the city, and they could tell where cell phones were going because they had put all these Bluetooth antennas, and they did that data so we knew what the cars were actually doing for that. But to hear that they actually have it just AI through the interwebs is, I gotta all my settings now.
Maybe I'm giving up too much inside baseball, but the city subscribes to that service, and it's been very helpful in a lot of ways to help see what's happening in our community commercially. But the reason I like that is this allows everyone using Washington City services to help participate in paying for those services. So we have a lot of visitors, we have a lot of other people that come visit and use our police and our fire and our parks and our trails, and we like them to participate in the cost as well.
Hey, Jeremy, and maybe Chief could help us with this. We probably service a lot of out-of-town people when they're here recreating and stuff. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Like maybe like a rough percentage of, on a busy weekend, is 50% of the calls out-of-towners that are visiting, or tell us about that?
So we have a tougher time tracking that specifically because we don't do any billing for our people, and so we don't really track that as well. Some of the agencies around us do, and actually the number is 85%. 85% of the call volume on the medical side. That's the easier one.
Is that interesting that it lines up with the?
It was super interesting. Was the number that they came up with of the call volume.
Chief, while you're up there, when we were looking at the maps for the fire coverage a couple of years ago, and we were talking about the same measure to, for funding, it was my understanding that we had the good coverage at the time, but then, so I was just wondering why we didn't start, if there's going to be need, on the south side to have another fire, just to have another building there. How come we haven't put that into, for the impact fees just yet? Or are we good still now with the fire coverage?
So you got a couple of problems there. One is the impact fee studies, which of course it has to be done, all that kind of stuff. When the last impact fee studies, we didn't have property that far south because it wasn't in the city. So you couldn't collect impact fees or add it as a piece of the city's impact fees because it wasn't part of the city. And then of course that whole southern end came in with the development that's out there. And exactly why City Manager Red was talking about one of the other pieces would be to update that for sure.
So as far as the fire coverage now, what would you say, how we were looking right now?
So of course we have two different standards that we try to meet. The first one is through ISO, and that's our insurance piece. That one's a hard rule, and it's 5 road miles from a station. And and if you're outside of it, you can be a couple feet outside of it. And of course, a good share of the southern part of the city is outside of 5 road miles for sure of Station 62. That's the farthest we go south. And then the other standard we try to do is 90% of a response district within 4 minutes. Doesn't matter if it's a medical or if it's a fire, 4 minutes of drive time. After that, it's, a lot of times it's not too much of an emergency. There's not a lot we can do. The easy and hard number we know is in that true medical emergency, you can go about 6 minutes without oxygen, and after that, some irreversible damage starts, and at 10 minutes, there's nothing anyone can do. And so trying to keep that number down, because that's just drive time. You know, they still got to recognize an emergency. They got to call 911. You got to get to the people, all that kind of stuff. And we know the same things with fires, unfortunately, due to the changes in what we put in there. They progress significantly faster. Used to be in the olden days, they would say we probably had 5 to 7 minutes to get out of our house if it catches on fire. And it suggests today that that's 2 to 3 minutes because of how fast it progresses. And of course, once it gets so far, there's nothing we can do there either. So those are kind of the two things we try to use as far as those two standards to make sure of. The ISO is one that the mayor would recognize for sure because he gets to hear about it a lot. And a lot of times we see those commercial occupancies. So as an example, when Dollar moved over into St. George, they won't move into a city that has an ISO rating of below 4. So some of the big companies have hard lines in there. So we try to meet all those pieces. So it's really come because the city keeps expanding, similar to what you started tonight with expanding or bringing in another piece of annexation. That doesn't count and wasn't considered in that infrastructure, you know, as far as our
impact capital.
Yeah, we couldn't count any of that as possible needs for capital improvements yet.
So I guess one statement and one question. You know, there is a couple of different groups that are trying to expand into Warner Valley. And I mean, that's certainly going to be a real challenge, you know, if they're moving that direction, because that's definitely, I mean, that's even further, right? It makes it even worse. But the question is, when was the last capital facilities plan done for fire?
So the last study we did 7, 8 years ago.
I think it was started in 2019, if I remember right. So we try to update those about every 10 years.
So started in 2019, would have been completed 2020?
We completed it in like 2021, but it got put on hold during COVID and took a couple of years to complete, but yeah.
It's like a lot of the others. It was, by the time it was done, it was outdated.
Yeah.
So Chief, we have 2 properties for future firehouses, one at Exit 13, one in DR Horton. Do we have any others that I can't think of?
No, with those 2 properties, actually, as the city currently sits, not talking about Warner Valley, because that would actually fulfill both of those 2 requirements. Dale's phenomenal in GIS. We can place things in the map, and he can map that out now and show us that 4-minute circles and where we start to miss them. And really in those 2 locations, you cover essentially 90% of the city with that response, and we cover the whole city with our 5 road miles. 5 road miles is a little easier, and then of course as the city really goes, then the 4-minute piece starts to change a lot. But really, as you look at the city, some of that will improve as some of the infrastructure goes into.
Thanks.
Good comments, good questions. Anything else for Chief? Thank you. All right, Jeremy.
Well, I'm almost
Carry
finished
on.
here. So based on all that, what you've heard tonight, my recommendation and the resolution that you have in front of you tonight, my recommendation is to approve the resolution imposing an emergency services sales and use tax of 0.33%. That's my last slide.
Council, do you have any questions for the city manager before I open up the public hearing? Seeing none, I will just make note that we did receive 3 electronic online comments of various opinions. And at this time, I will open the public hearing and invite any of those wishing to address the council before they deliberate on this item. Just remind you also just to state your name. And we are grateful that you're here providing your feedback. And you've heard the same information that we have tonight. So council, the time is yours to come forward. Residents, the time is yours to come forward and speak to the council. The public hearing is open. Not your first rodeo, councilman. You know the drill.
Jeff Turek, and I think I'd lots rather be up there than down here. I was a little nervous, to be honest with you. Anyway, thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to come and speak with you tonight concerning this. I find it interesting, simply for the fact, I won't go back to 2006, but I'll take you back about a couple of years ago, about 2.5 to be exact, during an election campaign cycle where EMS services were brought up and, as a concern. Future needs that were going to be needed there, especially involved with the discussion around the new park that was going to be built, around properties that were being purchased in the downtown and the monies that were being expended from the city at that point in time, and saying do we really want to do that? We're going to have these issues. And I remember that being part of that discussion that was discussed throughout the campaign. And a couple of those council members who sit on the council at this time wrote in writing and said, I will never support a tax increase because we're going to grow our commercial sales tax base to support that. I'm here to remind you of that as citizens, we were told through our concern, don't worry about that. We've got money coming. We're going to do this. And here we are. 2.5 years later, having this discussion. I also was glad to hear Councilman Ivy is saying, let's look under the couches for every nickel and penny we can find. I'll poke the bear a little bit. I've poked this bear along since I've learned about it. I can find you $100,000 from this council right now. And that's simply by the council members undoing their insurance package that they gave themselves a few years ago. And I guess when you start to ask us as residents to incur costs and to help you in a squeeze, I would ask for you to do all you can do to squeeze for us as residents. I know that we talk about this being a sales tax, and it's not just the residents, it's from outside people. I agree with that. But also, as we heard tonight, we want to encourage our people to shop Washington. I shop Washington. I've been to Costco maybe twice a year. That's all I go to Costco. I buy a little toilet paper and a paper towel.
We don't even use that word here.
That's right. That's what I say. So anyway, I try and shop Washington. We encourage our residents to shop Washington, and also we put a sales tax on. We taxed our citizens. And so, again, I appreciate the opportunity to address you. Again, I hope that those of you council members that put it in writing what you would support will remember that and stand up and see the men that you are, and not that we were politicians campaigning. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And again, appreciate, we don't clap in these types of settings, but I do want to express my appreciation to you, Jeff, for your years of service and the many difficult votes that you made and the leadership that you provided. Residents, the time is still yours. This is a public hearing. We would love your feedback. We would rather you not be redundant, but make your new points and come on forward and say what you want to say. And just remember to state your name as well.
My name is Craig Minnick. I'm with Gold Cross Ambulance. My comment might be a little bit premature, but in the public hearing notice, it stated that these funds would be used for ambulance service. So I just want to remind the council and the mayor and the residents that Gold Cross Ambulance, who covers about half the city, we do that at no cost to the city. Those fees are charged to the end user only, and those fees are regulated by the Department of Public Safety. So if this is something that you're looking at getting into, know that currently there is no cost to you for that service. So again, just wanted to make that comment now.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, can I ask him a question before?
Sure.
Can I ask you a question? I'm sorry I didn't catch your name.
Sorry. Craig.
How many, what's the timing that you get to emergency calls with you guys?
Response times,
Yeah.
she's
Well,
asking.
we're still operating under an emergency contract. I believe we have an MOA, right? A memorandum of understanding? not with us. We don't have anything. We're still operating under an emergency contract, and so is Hurricane. We would be happy to enter into a contract with the city. In doing so, we would put ambulances in the city. Right now, there are no ambulances within your city limits.
That's correct.
Those come
And
from
we
the
understand, we
outside.
understand the arrangement with Gold Cross, and we understand the arrangement with Hurricane Valley, and we appreciate you supporting. I know frequently our firefighters, and like Chief said, 80+% of our calls are medical. Often we're there. We have our EMTs, paramedics stabilize, and then we appreciate your involvement with the transport.
I feel we have a very good relationship with the fire department and with Chief Evans, and I'd like to see that continue.
We appreciate that too.
And certainly, if this develops into something that we can get into a contract, we would move ambulances into your city and provide even a better coverage. So I don't know the numbers. I know that our goal is to, on every response, is to get well under 9 minutes. That is a national standard, and so that's what we'd like to see.
Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. Next. I know many of you, so I'm just waiting for you to get up.
Mayor, Council, I was just up here, but I'm also a resident of Washington City. I appreciate the comments made by the Gold Cross representative.
Mayor, she never stated her name.
My name is Rusty Hughes. I've lived in Washington City for about 25 years and raised my children here. I didn't expect to speak today, but I do want to mention that as many of you know, my first week on the job was pretty rough. And some of the men and some of the women that aren't here anymore saved my life. And at the time, I was very fortunate because I had a sudden cardiac arrest at work, and they were able to revive me and get me the help I needed and get me to the emergency room right away. And since then, I had a few other events. I had an arrhythmia, and it caused this very dangerous arrhythmia that if I didn't have an ICD or if I didn't have emergency care right away, that it was really scary for my family. So I just want to mention that I was also very fortunate that I had double coverage at the time. I had just ended a job and started a job here, so I actually had I was covered by primary insurance and a secondary insurance. And that was very fortunate because it paid those very, very expensive medical bills, all except for one, and that was the ambulance ride. So, and I had several of those. So you do pay out of pocket for those ambulance rides unless you have catastrophic. To the point where there were times where I had events. One was during the marathon. It was really difficult for us to get there, and I refused to go in the ambulance because I was concerned about the financial burden it was putting on my family. When I went with the fire department, it's paid through tax dollars, it's spread out. So I just wanted to note that, and I don't mean any disrespect. All my family are EMTs, they're volunteer firefighters and that, and so I just wanted to note that just for public record. Thank you.
For clarification, I think the law says that the funds can be used for those services. I don't think that that's a stated, we have a plan that we're moving that direction, though it's something that I think that we as a city ought to be looking at, right?
Correct, and this 0.33% sales tax certainly doesn't contemplate us moving into ambulance.
I don't think that
transport
gives
service.
us the ability, even at the 0.33, to even move towards that direction.
Good clarification, Councilman. Further public comment, public feedback before I turn back to the council.
Hi. Okay, I've given a great.
And then just if you'd state your name. Sorry,
I'm
this
Kenzie
always.
Thomason.
Usually Councilwoman Casperson reminds me if I forget to.
Yes.
I didn't catch your name, sorry. You said,
Mackenzie Thomason.
thanks.
So I'm a resident and I'm a homeowner in Washington City. And I felt compelled to come here today and just speak to you about the tax increase. I feel like I'm here for more people than just me. and I mean no disrespect when I say this, but you don't often see people my age representing us or even at these meetings. And I feel like we're kind of getting crushed by a lot of these decisions that have been made, and often we aren't even here to speak to you guys, to tell you our, our point of view. So I wanted to come and just share some concerns that I have, and I wrote it down because I wanted to make sure I made every point. So I hope that I won't take too much of your time. But of course.
Where, you bought a home, what neighborhood we're at?
I'm in Sienna Hills.
I'm your neighbor. Which one?
Are we
Yeah,
neighbors?
well, we don't need to get all the
No,
information in
no,
public
I
meeting,
just-
but
I-
let's suffice it to say that you're neighbors.
You have a
Talk
great
after.
neighborhood.
Good to know that. I did not know that. So anyway, I
Hey,
am
Mackenzie,
a
if
homeowner.
Councilman gets a little rowdy, you let me know. okay?
It's good. I like to see the passion. Sometimes I want to see more. I'm like, ask questions, drill these developers, do it. Anyway, I like it. So I just wanted to begin by saying that I am a very busy mother, and I just want to come here today and talk about that proposed tax increase, described as one that is supposed to maybe, hopefully only affect visitors, but I just wanted to say, I think we all know that there's no possible way that we could guarantee that. And there is no reliable way to really actually know that those numbers and projections are real. We all know projections are smoke. And what really I feel like we're being said is, hey, can we take your money? And we're like, no. So I just wanted to say many of the mechanisms suggested to separate visitor spending from resident spending simply just don't exist in practice. Tax revenues are collected at point of sale, not by checking someone's residency status. So this means local residents who shop, eat, or stay in our city, I feel, will inevitably absorb the increase, whether we are visitors or not. We already live in a state with relatively high overall sales tax rates in Washington County combined. I think we have about a 6.75 or more on everyday purchases before any new local increases are added. So at that same time, cost of living in Utah is climbing, particularly for families like me. It's really hard to stay here, and I personally know that we are losing families because we just can't hack it here. Specifically, people who want a single income and want to have a parent in the home. It is really hard. My husband and I make a lot of sacrifices to keep me in the home, and we feel squeezed, and he makes a very good living doing what he does. And we are making way more than our dream salary was 5 years ago, and we're just not feeling it. It's hard, okay? So asking for us to pay more is just not a great argument for any reason, in my opinion. But so the reality for us is housing prices in Utah have increased, everything's increased, and now we're saying, oh, now we got to increase taxes. And so I hope that we could explore other things, and I just wanted to bring some of those to your attention. If you will permit me, I'm not by any means an expert, but I feel like growth usually should pay for growth. So one of the most common principles of finance is just that. So I actually did some research about some of the things that other cities have done, because I have noticed that a lot of other cities have been trying to cut costs while we're like talking about increasing. So some Utah cities, it said, increase or properly calibrate impact fees on new development. They require development to fund roads, sewer, water, parks tied to their projects. They use development agreements that shift infrastructure cost away from existing residents. Many Utah cities already use impact fees effectively, and I would love to see us explore more of those options before we just go straight to raising taxes. And like this gentleman brought up, we were told that wouldn't happen, and we would love it if we could trust you guys with that, because I truly just feel like we want to trust our representatives and know that you guys have our best intentions at heart, which I don't know all of you really well, but I'd like to say that you do. And the last thing that I just wanted to say is that there is a very big gap between the generations and who holds the wealth. And so sometimes my generation feels that decisions are made in a way that is very tone deaf to what our lived experience is, which is why I felt compelled to come here today and just let you know that it's not easy raising a family in this economy the way it is, and especially here, this is a beautiful place to live, and I know many of us would love to be able to stay here and live here and make it better and build it up and not be sold out for people that are just coming here for a profit and not building up this beautiful community we live in. So thank you so much for your time, and please make the right decision for us.
Thank you, Mackenzie, and well said comments. After the public hearing, I'll put the city manager on the spot just to share a little bit about how we already implement a lot of those tools that you mentioned in your research. Well said. Oh, Commissioner, we served on the Planning Commission.
Years
We
ago.
started
Years
did we
ago.
start at the same time?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, but you were the senior.
I
and
think I
the
was.
alternate for a while, which is entirely
I don't-
appropriate.
I don't know.
know you, but state your name for.
Okay, Laurie Shepherd. Okay, couple questions I have is, what is the sales tax throughout the county? Is it 6.75% in all the other cities?
We're going to put Jeremy on the spot. Jeremy, if you'll answer the sales tax and generally on property tax.
Yeah, 6.75 is the general property or sales tax
Sales tax for everybody.
throughout Washington County. It varies slightly. Springdale has a higher tax, but typically in our area.
Everybody else.
Yeah.
So
Didn't you say Hurricane added that too, though?
Hurricane Valley Fire District either has added it or is in the process. I don't know if they've started collecting it or not.
Well, then the .33, then that is going on at their city. I am aware that other cities, St. George, for example, is looking at the .33.
as well. Okay, so that was one of my questions is, would we be different than everybody else? Because I don't think that's a good place to be, because people would say, I don't want to pay 7 over there when it doesn't make sense to be different. Then my other comment was, it kind of seems like a little bit of an accounting gimmick. We use the .33 to free up money so we can use it somewhere else, instead of saying, the money is for this purpose, which I know it is for a purpose, but also you stated it would be available, use that money so we could have other money available to spend in some other way. And the reason why you want to do that is because this can be voted in by the council and not go before the public to be voted on. So that seems a little bit maybe disingenuous to me. Also, have we looked at projected commercial sales tax revenue? Because I think we have some projects that will be coming up. And what is the projection of that sales tax revenue that we will be getting for future, to meet our future needs?
Jeremy's making notes, and I'm going to ask him to answer those questions for you. It's nice to see you again. Jeremy, you've got those notes for after the public hearing. You might have to turn the pad to the next page. Welcome.
Hi, I wasn't planning on this at all,
And
but
your-
I
and
did.
your name.
Oh, my name.
It's always the
I
one
forgot
that-
my name, I'm old. Charlotte Ride, W-R-I-D-E.
Hi, Charlotte.
I just had a couple of questions mostly. On the impact fees, does any of those go into the emergency services?
The short answer is yes, but what we're talking about here, and I know we're supposed to listen, but and Jeremy will expound, but we're talking here is funding primarily ongoing, but there is a component for future capital projects like stations and
Yeah,
apparatus.
and that eventually will run out when everything's built up, but who knows how long that will take, for a long time. And then I guess, I don't know if you call it transient or pillow tax for the short-time rentals or hotels. Does any of that tax go to any of this?
Yeah, the TRT tax.
Yeah.
And we'll have Jeremy respond on that as well.
Okay.
He's going to earn his wage tonight. After the public hearing, he'll answer all those.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now, if the 33% was approved, is that ever going to be able to go down or back?
Do you want to give a quick answer on that? It's a 10-year.
Yeah, it lasts for 10 years and then it has to be reapproved.
Okay, 10 years. Another state that I lived in other counties, they kind of did this kind of thing and saying they're going to have this much fund for this, and that's going to free up more, like you were talking about before. So take this money so it'll free up the funds for the other projects or other funds. And in this other state I was in, that didn't work at all. It had to do with school fees and our school monies. I can tell you what state that was, but I won't go into all that.
Does
But
it start with
didn't
a
work at all.
C?
Pardon me?
Does that state start with a C?
Yes.
And it's not Colorado?
No.
Yeah, okay.
But anyway.
It's Connecticut.
And I live in Sugar Plum, so I'm a resident. See what I was going to say. Lost my thought. But thank you. If I had to pick either one of those, I don't like either one, but I really don't want the property taxes to double. That'd be terrible. But I wish we had another option on this.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, go
Mayor?
ahead, Councilman.
And it's just more for clarification. So we're only talking about Washington City's property tax. When you say double, it's not like.
Well,
like
50% or 58.
Yeah, of Washington City. That's not the county. Like our bill is like a small portion of what your actual property tax is for the year. Like Jeremy mentions, it's $260 a year that's Washington City's. Then the
Like
county
average.
charges you up to like $1,500, $1,600 for the schools and all that too. So just realize it's not like, say your bill was $2,000 a year. It's not going to another $1,000. It's the city's portion, which is a lot smaller. But I don't think any of us here are proposing to do that. It was just, that was an option that is an option.
Okay.
So I just want to make that clear to the public, because it can be confusing, you know. There's been talks about if you change the property tax around or lower it, doing one versus another. I'm concerned that the property tax, if you say you're going to lower it in one area and then raise sales tax in another, the perception will be great, my property tax is going to go down by this much, when it's really just a small portion, because Washington City's portion is so small.
Okay, well, I appreciate you guys, and like Mr. Turlick, I've been on that side of the table before on a very small city council, but I appreciate all that you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Well said. Rhonda, you've been waiting patiently.
Well, I made a comment online. I didn't know if I could make one of those.
Of course you can. You were one of those three various comments. Did you like the various? They were kind of all over the place.
Awesome, I love
Yours
that.
was very direct.
Well, yes, thank you.
And very polite, and very polite at the same time.
I try to be direct and polite. That's it. So, hello, friends. I'm Randa, rhymes with Panda, last name Todd. Someone thought my name was Randa Panda. They're like, your last name's Panda? And I said, no, my first name rhymes with Panda. So, anyway, I'm not going to go over everything that I submitted online, because I know you probably didn't get to see it. Okay, fantastic. But I did want to touch on, I think our county takes way too much of our TRT tax, and that was one of the comments I made. And I'm wondering if we can rally behind and go over to the county and say, please let us use some of the TRT tax for our community. And if we get all cities behind that, I think we might have some success. So that's something I can help lead the charge with, or for. I know. No, they don't. They don't. But maybe the purple hair will soften them or something. I don't know. I also appreciated what Jeff Turek said, how, I know many of you ran on not raising taxes, and I appreciate that. I think we can also, and this was also mentioned, dig deep. Let's find where we can hold off on some projects or hold off on some spending or something like that and wait for these projects that are coming in. We don't like the growth, but it happens, and we have to have that to sustain these taxes. So let's just see if we can hold off, see what with these projects coming in, if that will help, with the money that we need for emergency services. And then last is, I'm working 3 part-time jobs and my husband works a strenuous job. And with these tax raises, there's many in our community that are struggling. And I would probably have to go get another job, and I don't have time for another job. So please, let's look at the budget. Let's reconsider some things. Let's see where we can get wiser in our spending, wait for these projects to come in, and then maybe revisit this at a later time. Thank you.
Thanks, Randa. And I already knew that your name rhymed with panda. Who else would like to speak this evening? Mrs. Brinkerhoff? Mike? I've seen you itching there in that chair, and it's been, by inviting you up, I'm saving that carpet.
I think some of you know me. My name is Mike Collins. I've been here 14 years, and I've watched the city grow exponentially in the last 14 years. And I hate to say this because I love you all. I think you're doing a great job, in my utmost respect, but I think you guys have failed us as a city. You have not planned for us, this city, to grow correctly. Okay? We're lacking infrastructure, much infrastructure. We're lacking, I just think the growth rate is terrible. We're not keeping up with it. You can't keep up with the city. And by raising rates, raising taxes, and eventually I see property taxes going up or some other tax, some other fee to pay for all this. And I just don't think it's right. Now, most of you know I live in Coral Canyon. 82% of the residents of Coral Canyon are retirees. All of us retirees have to live on a fixed income and fixed budget. And as one of the other speakers said a while ago, that they have to live on a budget. They have to learn to cut corners, cut costs. So my question to you as the city council people, what have you done to cut costs and save us money so we can plan better for the future?
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you. I haven't seen you on walks lately with your little dog. I haven't seen you on walks lately. It's probably me.
Knee problem, so Clay does it.
Okay.
Tammy Brinkerhoff. I just want to advocate for homeownership for a quick second. I have a client that I was working with last night on getting into a place. The only place they can get into is new construction because of the $20,000 housing grant available to first-time home buyers. That's the only way they can get into a house. They have decent jobs. Combined, they're making $50 an hour. And for them to get into a $370,000 home, which is the least expensive pretty much other than a condo, they have to have this $20,000 grant. So where we are throwing things at impact fees to cover these things, which makes sense for new growth and stuff on paper, it doesn't make sense in reality. So we have a whole generation, just like Kenzie was talking about, that can't even get into homes that are going to be living with their parents for a really long time. And just for the irony, $370,000 is equivalent to the cost of rent for a 3-bedroom home in Washington City. The amount for the mortgage is the same as the rent. And the only way they can get into that is with that $20,000 grant. So I implore you to look at under the cushions. I think that's such a great phrase.
We also add in the ashtrays of the city vehicles.
Those two, yeah, and in the dryer, whatever. But I can see this from both sides, where the city is in a really hard spot because you've got to come up with some funds somehow, because the cost of everything is going up. We've got to look at it from all angles though. So we've got kids who are going to be leaving here because they can't afford to live here. We're going to have a giant influx in the Midwest because that's the only place they can afford to live. And we're going to lose a whole generation. And we are gaining a whole different generation, which is the retiree or the people who are self-employed that can afford the homes now that we're building. And I saw that our median home price is $550,000. That is absolutely not true. as a realtor, I see the inventory every day. That's not the average. And the majority of people who are paying the expensive, the $900,000 for a 4-bedroom home on a 1/4 acre, just for an example, those are people who are selling a home somewhere else and coming into our area. And the only way they can buy that home is because they sold a home somewhere else. So we've got to figure out, how do we do this without robbing Peter to pay Paul? How do we make it work for the next generation? And how do we make it work for the existing generations who are here? And it seems like a silver lining to charge the 85% of the people who are visiting here. It seems like a really great idea to do that in the property tax or in the sales tax. It's just a really fine balancing act that needs to be walked. And if there's an additional study that can help the residents understand this better, that would be great. I know that costs money also. You've presented some really imploring numbers tonight, and I appreciate that. On the surface, it sounds like a great idea, but when you look deeper and look at who we're serving and who lives here, look harder.
Thank you, Tammy. Well spoken. Catch me sometime. You know how to get a hold of me. This council has done some remarkable things with attainable housing. We're constantly in contact with Steve Waldrop at the governor's office. In fact, I'll be at the Capitol on Tuesday with some of the projects we're doing. But I want to show you some of the creative things we're doing with the private sector and the state to try to reduce that barrier to homeownership. You'll be happy, at least on a small level of trying to, figure it out. Anyone else? Well, I really appreciate the thoughtful comment. Jeremy's going to do a wonderful job answering those questions. But I also appreciate, got a couple of, we love you, Chief, but we love your firefighters more. We see a couple of our firefighters in the back there, kind of heads down and inconspicuous, and we appreciate your service. And we know that you put your life on the line to keep this community safe. And we know that we ask you and our PD to continually do more with less, with levels of staffing, but yet we expect these response times, and it's just hard. It's just really hard to try to, make it all work. If there's no one else that wants to speak tonight, I'm going to close the public hearing before I turn to the council for further deliberation and ultimately a motion. I'm going to ask Jeremy to go through his notepad and answer the questions that were so well posed. I'm closing the public hearing now, and Jeremy.
Thanks, Mayor. And I want to echo the same thing the Mayor said. This is a really complex issue, as Tammy brought up. She talked about sort of robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's all a balance. One thing that we do, if we raise impact fees, that impacts the cost of housing. If we raise taxes, that impacts the cost of living. We completely understand that. But I also appreciate the kindness and respect and the dialogue that we have here tonight. I want to address a couple things, and if I miss any of your comments, I think I have all the questions. But the first one, Mackenzie, I certainly wasn't trying to say that this would only be on visitors, because that's not the case, and you adequately explained that. If we increase sales tax, it increases sales tax on everyone who shops at retail establishment in Washington City. Hoping that at least it shares that burden with others, where property tax is only on Washington City residents. So it certainly affects everybody. Sales tax helps share that burden. Impact fees are interesting because all of us eventually also pay impact fees in the cost of the housing. And so we do want ongoing growth to pay for itself. And I think that's important. But as Tammy brought up, when we do that, it increases the cost of housing and it makes it harder for people to live here. So it's a balance. One other thing that we mention when we talk about impact fees is that those are only used for new infrastructure. So impact fees can be used to build a fire station, but they can't be used to maintain it, to pay for firefighters, to continue to pay the fuel and the different things that we need. So can't be used for ongoing costs, only for infrastructure. I think some of the other questions, Charlotte, I used to live in Sugar Plum. It's a nice area, really beautiful spot. The TRT, so one thing that I think a couple of people brought up is, yes, when we enact this particular sales tax will only be used for emergency medical services or fire. But what we're saying is that all the other sales and property tax can be used for any purpose. So we take this particular tax and it can only be used for EMS and fire. That frees up that, where we're now at 87% of our taxes going towards public safety. It frees up some of the money that's already going to public safety to use for other uses. So it takes that percentage down from 87% to about 75%. So it can feel like you're moving the money around, and that's exactly what's happening, but it frees up some of that general fund money for all the other uses that we have to spend it on.
I would say just on that, Jeremy, too, and I know we have a few other funds, but like, we have a lot of miles of road and street maintenance, just basic services that are general fund expenditures.
Yeah, I think streets are a really good example. Our developers come and they build streets. We have street impact fees. We have traffic impact fees. And those are great for helping to build the initial infrastructure. But then when we have to come back and maintain that infrastructure in perpetuity, we need the tax dollars to do that. And that's what some of these other tax funds go towards.
Before you move on from the TRT tax, just to mention that tax can go towards anything. It's not restricted funds. And then when
our city transient room tax, our city transient room tax.
Majority of the TRT goes to the county.
and we got $387,000 last year. Yeah. And my question is, with the new hotel opening, when we had one of the questions was like the projected sales that are going to be coming in. Have you considered with the new hotel what that could potentially bring in for those TRT taxes? Is that something that you've looked at?
Yes. So, I mean, if we have a new hotel, it can add to that, like you said, 385,000. So it'll produce additional TRT.
You think I don't know what this all covers, because that also covers vacation rentals. But so do you think that new hotel that could potentially, have you done projections for that new?
Not specific for the new one hotel.
The new hotel, and then the future approvals that we've had also.
So the city TRT can be used for any, it's technically to help offset tourism-related impacts, but it can be used for anything that the city deems necessary, so. I think that adds all the questions. I think that answers the questions that were asked. We talked about impact fees, TRT.
Development agreements.
It's similar to impact fees. We ask developers to pay their share of cost as we start. And again, that's great to get the initial buildup, but it doesn't help with the ongoing costs associated with running a city.
Okay. Council, any additional questions for the city manager? If not, I'll turn to you for further discussion on this item or a motion.
One thing that I feel like hasn't really got answered is the future commercial. Have you done projected sales tax revenue for future commercial approvals?
I think every time we do a commercial approval, Rusty gives us an estimated sales tax revenue, and we saw some tonight on the new project, but what typically ends up happening, we do collect more in sales tax, but it's, again, as you can see, over the last 10 years, we're spending more and more of that on public safety, and we're not going the other direction, put it that way, with the new revenues that are coming in.
Fair to say, though, the new commercial and the new development in that regard also increases the demand on the public safety component as well. So, we're bringing it in, but it's not going to solve the problem because there's additional demand that it places on the department.
I think that's a fair statement.
Councilman Ivey.
When Speaker Schultz opened the session this year, he got up and he gave a really impassioned speech about cost of living in the state of Utah and how difficult it was for young families, for retirees. And I really listened to it to the point where I actually found the recording and listened to it again. And he challenged state agencies to reduce their spending. And as I listened to him, it resonated with what I see here. I think that cost of living is probably at all-time high. And I know as a city, we've tried really hard in the last 4 or 5 years to increase our sales tax base to the point where we were rated #1 in the entire nation a couple of times for Wallet Hub on the best small city to start a business. And all those things add up. But the way these lines are converging, I just feel like I owe you as citizens a very direct response. I don't feel like that I will ever be able to raise taxes myself. I feel like that as far as citizens, I think that's something that you need to know all the ramifications, all the things that we're trying to do in keeping our community safe with our firefighters, our police, all of our services. And you need to make that decision with us, because we've seen this chart play out for the last several years, and every year it creeps a little bit closer and closer to maxing out our general fund balance. But for me, personally, I've tried really hard to stay in tune with those people that I just mentioned. You know, I'm retired successfully, and I'm very thankful for that. But I know there's a lot of people that are not. And I just do that because I find in my life that being direct is better than questioning. And so in saying that, I don't want to offend anyone or make anyone feel like that I'm being cold to anything, but that's where I'm at. I think if taxes are to be raised, it needs to be raised by our citizenry in a environment where you have the right to choose and look at all the answers and all the information and decide for yourself. I know I've looked into it. I've studied hard. I've talked to even your president, Mr. Moffett. And what I'm seeing is we've got to do something. It's just, I was hopeful 2 years ago that our sales tax projections would stay a bit above this need. But our firefighters, our police officers, they need to be paid for what they do. It's not easy work. We need firehouses, we need coverage, we need safety as well. And I don't want to turn this into an epistle, but just understand that that's where I'm at. I wouldn't have been able to vote for this tonight in the vote, but I want you to understand why. It's not because I don't see the need for the public safety. It's just that I understand that it has to be a bigger decision than just me.
Thank you, Councilman. Jeremy, just a thought. How many firefighters did we bring on last year?
I don't think we added any last year. We added no firefighters.
Why didn't we add any firefighters last year? Because you see the growth.
Yeah, well, we don't have the budget to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Budget in it for this year either, right?
How many will we add this year?
Request to add firefighters, but if
No,
we-
that's just rhetorical. I appreciate all the conversation, but my point is math.
So I think
Councilman Ivey.
Ivey's comments were a good lead-in, right? I mean, you're turning it over to us to have our
Yeah, this is your,
conversation,
yes, this is.
Like, I think everybody up here has been struggling with this, and I've been certainly struggling with it because for other reasons, but I think it's fair to say, so I asked Tara today, I said, so when did we raise taxes? And she says, we couldn't even find a record of where we established the taxes in the city. So it's been that long on the property tax
And
side.
can I add something to this, Councilman?
Sure.
Of the 15 cities and towns throughout the county, if you include separate fire district property taxes, Washington City is the second lowest.
Can you pull that
Only
up,
New
Jim?
Harmony is lower than
Can you
us
pull that graph
from
up?
property tax. combined with fire district and.
Right. I mean, certainly that's an option, right? We go and do a separate district, and that's going to cause everybody's costs to go up and everything else. I think it's fair to say that our guys have pinched 5 nickels out of a dime, and I don't know that there's any blood left in the turnip, and Jeff was here when we were doing it. We're asking him to pinch every penny back then, right? I mean, it's been a struggle for a lot of years.
And on that, we pinched a lot of pennies, and got on council, we had to buy 3 fire trucks because we ran those trucks into the ground as much as we could, right? So that's an additional cost that's added in the 6 years I've been on councils. We had to buy those fire trucks. I should say 2.5 because half was paid.
And they cost twice as much as they would have had we bought them. Anyway, that's another conversation.
So the frustration that I've had with a lot of the TRT, we have a little bit of TRT, but the bulk of the TRT is collected. It's the city that administers and creates the taxes with our bodies. We deal with the infrastructure of it. We would deal with the public safety costs of it. It's our citizens that are impacted by the tourists, right? It's our people that are dealing with the traffic and the headache of it. And the money goes to the county, and then the county doesn't redistribute those monies in a fair and equitable manner. And maybe if some of that money was coming back to the city that we didn't have to put into park maintenance or some of the other areas, maybe we wouldn't be as impacted as we are, but we are. That's where we're at, and that's the reality of it. And so, again, I've cut and diced this about as many ways as I possibly can think of, and so Jeremy gave us some numbers. I took Jeremy's numbers, and I deal with spreadsheets on a regular basis, and so I kind of took his numbers and I just broke it out in ways that I can, that in my mind make sense, okay? And so I said, okay, where's our property tax? Where's our sales tax? What are our police expenses? What are our fire expenses? What are the increases? Where are we at with no change? If we add the EMS, if we put it on the vote and let the vote, I think it's fair to say that if we voted tonight to add the 0.33 EMS, I don't see where we fill the gap to get healthy. I think we can help tread water, but I don't see the gap where we fill it to get healthy, right? But if we put it on the ballot and it goes to a 1, I think we don't need that kind of money. That's way, way, way too much. So what I've kind of put together, what I'm proposing is the residents here realize that their daily costs are X. If we take the number of the sales tax that we get and we apply that 15%, 85, and maybe it's a 20%, 80%, maybe it's a type of a ratio, it's somewhere in that range. 15 to 20% of the sales tax collection is from our residents, and the other 80 to 85 is from non-residents. And quite frankly, all of us have been funding St. George City's police and fire for our whole lives.
So you heard me say that their excess sales tax revenue over and above their population exceeds our total.
Well, sure, and we've had an aversion to doing commercial in the fields, for example, and so they planted lens on our doorstep, and we all use their lens. Well, their Costco is parked on our doorstep, right? And so we use their Costco. Winco's going to help pull some of those dollars back in. There's, obviously we have another project that assuming that ends up going, until there's concrete in the ground, it's not going, but we assume those will help bring some of those dollars in, but they're not a guarantee at this point, and so, but this is a guarantee we can move forward. If the voter decides they shouldn't get something for nothing, right? Or they shouldn't have to give a sales tax and not get anything for it. So my proposal is that we drastically cut the property taxes if the voter decides to implement the 1%. If they do that, it's a windfall for what we need. But if we're able to couple it with a property tax reduction of 50%, for example, which is what
of the city portion
of the city portion of the property tax. That's my proposal, is we cut 50% of property taxes if the 1% goes through. At the end of the day, if you take those ratio numbers of what our citizens provide for our sales tax base It is a net tax cut, yet at the same point in time, we're adding significantly to the future of the community, and we can start doing that long-term projection for fire station, for ambulatory services, for some, Warner Valley, what's going to happen there in that windfall, and it does free up some of those other areas, right? I mean, my goal isn't for our residents to pay one more penny in taxes as a whole. My goal is to shift the burden from my residents to the tourists and the non-residents that are actually causing us a lot of the problems that we're having to deal with and fund, because through a property tax mechanism, it's only our residents that are funding it, right? Everybody's along with me, and I think there's been enough conversations going around that I think everybody kind of gets the gist of it. But from the public's perspective, if you can vote for a sales tax increase, yet get a corresponding, if not more, property tax cut that offsets your basis on a day-to-day time frame, I think that's a win for both. It's a win-win for us to be able to fund our EMS and fire, and it's a win for the people in their daily lives. And if you look back to the property tax component of their house, right? Let's say somebody on average, it's 300, 400, let's say it's 400,000 or $400 a year in their property tax collection that actually comes to Washington City. If we do a district, that's going to jump to 600 or thereabouts, right?
Well, the other fire district in Hurricane is that is actually higher than their city property tax, the district property tax. They pay more for the fire district in the Hurricane Valley than they do for the city property tax on that line item on their property tax.
So in that line item, right?
And we don't have that line item in Washington.
Right, exactly. But if we give them a 50% tax cut, that's a $200 bill that's off of theirs. They would have to spend $20,000 in discretionary spending within our city to be back to even. That's why I say it's a net tax cut, because if you go dollar for dollar based on Jeremy's numbers, and I wish I had, what was it, Odie? What was the thing that we had sitting here where you could put a paper down and raise it up and down? Because I don't have this electronic, Osmo or Odie or something.
Oh, you're talking about the old Elmo that we used to have, that Drew used to have
Elmo.
down
You
here.
put something on Elmo and
That
you
was
can pull it and everybody can see this.
Councilman
right?
Turk, you remember the Elmo? It was Drew's favorite.
It was the worst. We used to have like a plat that was photocopied and it was so digitized you couldn't see a dang thing, and Elmo's trying to put it on the screen and nobody can see anything. Anyway,
We're way past that now.
if you take today's dollars based on what we know to be true, right? It's still almost $1 million, $900,000 tax cut to this community if they vote the 1% in. And we're able to shift some of that to the non-residents and the tourists, and maybe we can claw some of that from the St. George residents when they come over, claw that back from St. George residents when they come to Winco, and I hope they watch our public hearing tonight to hear that, right? Because we've been funding their parks for a long time.
I'm sure all the other municipalities are watching this proceeding tonight.
I told Mayor Hughes
Hello,
he needed
everyone.
to watch it, so he'll probably text me and tell me.
Tell her I said hello. Well, this is interesting, Councilman. This is interesting data.
I think if we're gonna, and what I would like to make a motion to go that road when the time comes, but I think if we do this, it's also important that we tell the public we're serious, right? That if they do this, if we put it on the ballot, do a resolution to put it on the ballot, but I think it's also important that there's a corresponding resolution done at the same time that says, we as a council commit to cut your taxes, your property taxes by 50% if you vote the sales tax in. And so it's on paper, we're on record, more so than I promise in a campaign type of a thing. You vote to help us out with this issue, and we're gonna vote to help you out in your daily costs.
So I look at it this way. I'm not disagreeing with what you have, but when I look at it, I go, all of this is a tax. Property tax, sales tax, it's all taxes, right? I understand we're trying to shift the burden onto non-residents, but it's still taxes on everybody, right? We got to protect Washington City residents as much as possible, but it's still all a tax. I'm not for the 1%. I want to make sure we can cover our needs, and that's where I'm at with our fire. That's what I'm after.
I agree with you, right? But in my mind, and, you know, again, I've played with the numbers quite a bit. I don't think 0.33 is sufficient because of the costs and because of where things have gone and because of we've allowed ourselves to get so far behind the power curve, right? But let's say we go to 0.5. We're only going to adjust enough. We need the voter to get us there, right? And we're only going to adjust enough to go to the 0.5. Well, then I can't offer my people an offset to reduce their costs, right?
I don't think you're saying, I don't see it as a net law or a betterment. I really don't. I see, okay, so now instead of paying 0.33% on non-discretionaries, I'm gonna pay 1% on it all. So my taxes go up because I try to shop in Washington as much.
I do too.
Yeah, you're gonna drop my property tax by $100, and I'm gonna pay 200 by adding the 1% in sales tax for discretionary. Now me, I have a small family, I have three boys, and you should, I mean, I know this doesn't eat food, but they like to go out to eat, and my bills are massive when that comes, you know, with that many people.
My last house I didn't think was very luxurious, and I was paying over $400 to Washington City. My current house, the county thinks it's way more expensive or values way higher than I think it is, and I'm paying over $600. So it's more than the $100, right? And again, like I said, if it's a $100 bill, it's $10,000 in discretionary spending just to get back to even. If it's a $200 bill, $300, whatever that is.
All I'm saying is that you can't.
The retirement, for the retirees that are here, that aren't out there doing a lot of discretionary spending, it's going to be a significant net benefit to them.
And just for the record, I'm not opposed to looking at all ideas, right? I'm just trying to be devil's advocate of saying, okay, I look at my family and they're just, we have a lot of discretionary spending when it comes to that stuff just because of where we're at in our lives, right? I just don't think you can pigeonhole it to one way.
What are you saying then? We don't have to do something?
No.
You know we have to do.
We have to do something. I'm not saying we don't. I'm just being devil's advocate to you. So.
I mean, it's okay. And we've discussed offline, we've discussed implementing the 0.33 today because we know we have the gap that needs to be filled and then putting it on the ballot. I think you completely destroy the conversation if we make the decision to raise the taxes today and then we say, hey, public, trust us, let's raise it again in November. You know, I just think if you're explaining yourself, do it once, don't try to do it twice.
Well, I agree, but I had no intention of raising it twice. I don't want to raise it at all. But when I look at so this is the options I look at, right? So I wrote down options just because it helps me think. Option 1 is approve the 0.33 sales tax. Okay. Option 3, go for the 1% sales tax. Okay. Option, or got them out of order, but you could do a property tax increase, which I think all of us are no way because it'd be too much.
Right.
Option 5 is go through the impact fees, but again, that doesn't do maintenance, but it helps with some of the overall cost. And then the last option is don't do anything and just have lower service for the community.
Which one would you prefer?
Where I'd like to go? I'd like to do a little bit of everything to make it work better, right? Like I wish we could not raise property tax, but then we'd have to look at our impact fees, but impact fees are a tax too, that it's just implemented differently. I don't know if I have the exact answer, but I mean, 0.33 seems like the least impactful and affects 15% of the residents or versus the 85 that is outside.
If we can do it this way and provide more of a cut in property tax than the entire 1% would cover, I would prefer that versus the 0.33 that doesn't reduce any of the property tax at all.
I like where you're going with this because for me, I can relate to so many of what was said here. we have a family of 6, and you can just feel there's a heavy tax burden for families in Utah. And, just to go back to what the Utah House Speaker said, we have the 9th priciest housing market, and then we have the 14th highest tax burden in the nation. And so the Utah House Speaker was asking agencies and departments to identify 5% budget cuts, because they're recognizing that families are struggling living here. And so for me, you all know I was an absolute no. I wasn't wanting to do this increase because I don't want to add to the tax burden. But if we could do something where we're lowering the tax burden with doing a lower property tax, and so the residents who come here are sharing the cost burden, and I feel like it would make a difference for residents because it's not going to be taxed on food or gas, so it's going to be spending that it's not on the cost that you need like every day. And so if we could lower the tax burden on our end and do something to help with this issue, I would be more supportive of it. And I don't think we're ready to make, like you were saying, I'm not sure what motion you were going to be making, but I think we should make a motion to deny this and then go back to talking through the budget and talking about the different options and even discussing the impact fees for the new stations that we need, because we talked about needing new fire stations, but that's not something that we've seen with discussing new impact fees for those.
Councilwoman, I want to make sure I understand, and I appreciate you being clear. I appreciate actually all of you council saying these are tough conversations. And I have 4 adulting children that I hope can buy homes and live here and all this. You talked about the conversation or the kind of the Councilman Belliston proposal of cutting down the property tax, the portion that goes to the city. Are you then saying to enact the sales tax then as the offset in order to provide ongoing funding for fire and EMS?
Yeah, I'm saying we should look at different options. Like, this is the first time really we've had a discussion about this. One meeting to discuss this where we were given a presentation, and then we haven't really had much discussion, going through the budget, looking at ways that we can make some different cuts.
So you like the idea of adjusting property taxes downward and sales taxes upwards?
I just want to look at all the different options that we have and really dig deep in the budget and see where we can make adjustments and different things.
And I don't want to argue other than I know that there's a shortfall for the 2026 budget, and so there's a time component too. And if we can get it on the ballot this year, we can have plenty of conversations, throughout the year, but on some of those areas, because I don't disagree with you. We need to look at all that on a regular basis, but I don't know that I think we're a little behind the power curve on time component, especially if we got to get it on a ballot measure, right? So there's that concern, and we're in a budget cycle right now that has to be addressed by, is it April? Or it has to.
Now we expect our city manager to Brian to bring forward a budget to us based on priorities?
Well, and they've got a budget, they got a forecast, and they got a budget based on a forecast of what revenues are coming in, and I just threw a wrench in their, idea of what they want to see happen too.
We bring you the budget by March. We'll have you a preliminary budget that's balanced, and so we'll balance it based on what you give us.
But right now, correct me if I'm wrong, right now, if we implement the 0.33, then you can balance a budget. If we don't, we're dipping into rainy day funds because the shortfall's there, so the demand and need is there.
Yes, you're essentially correct. I mean, we can do different things, but we'll always bring you a balanced budget. So how we balance it, there's a lot of different ways, as Councilwoman Casperson talked about, but yes, we won't be addressing any of these issues in this budget if we don't.
And understand, Councilwoman Casperson, we're going to be having those budget discussions over the next several months. And, the vote is by the public, they can go up to. The flip side to the property tax, 2 things on the property tax side. One is most of the people have an escrow. And so while it's an annual property tax, where it's escrowed, it does go into their monthly budget or in their monthly payment. The second one is where it's discretionary. If you're the type of person that buys a car every year, don't buy a Hyundai every year, go buy a Toyota maybe, or something like that. But if you're the type of person that buys a car and keeps it for, 6, 7, 8 years, the year that you buy the car in Washington City is going to be, you're going to be one on the high end of the spectrum, right? You're not getting a tax cut, but all other years you are going to be getting a tax cut because it's discretionary in that manner. Right?
Councilman Henderson?
And it doesn't affect food, so.
We have not heard from you yet on this, and I appreciate this robust conversation.
Thank you. First of all, Kenzie Tomlinson, right? I appreciate your comments. Those hit home with me. I've got 3 kids and 6 grandkids that live here, and they are struggling, just like they're the same age as you. My kids are. They're struggling to make a living and pay the bills. So I appreciate that. That was a great comments. Appreciate you doing that. I think all of us up here despise the idea of raising taxes. It's just awful. I think it goes against all of our natures to do that, because I know all these people up here very well. But at the same time, we've got a money problem, a math problem, as the mayor said, and that we have to do something about. I love Councilman Belliston's ideas on this. I especially like the idea of lowering property taxes. Of all of the taxes that are out there, property taxes are the most despicable, because you never truly have freedom of home ownership when the government has a lien on your property, basically, even if your property is paid for. Anytime we can lower property taxes, I'm in favor of that. So I really love that part of it. The other part of it I love is that this idea shifts the burden of some of these taxes to people other than the residents of Washington City. And so whatever the math is, whether it's 75% or 85%, I don't know, but the majority of the discretionary goods, as Councilman Belliston said, are purchased by people that don't live here in Washington, and I like that idea. I love the idea that the tax is not on food, pharmaceuticals, or gas, because that's important. So, I like the idea of thinking about this a little bit more, having a little bit more discussion on it. When is the deadline for putting this on the ballot? Jeremy, do you know that?
It has to be done before August.
For August.
So I would say our budget is the sooner deadline, but we can do with what we have at that point. But August 20th is the ballot for this year.
Doesn't the budget have to be approved by May something?
Has to be approved by the end of June by law.
End of June, okay.
We're always a little ahead.
We try to approve it.
It's a way to not get behind, is be a little ahead. Council, let me just throw out some idea. We can keep this conversation going. We've got all night, if needed. Tara, did you like that conversation, that comment in my recorder upstairs? But I would say there's been some good points. These are, to use a wrestling synonym, these are tough issues to grapple with. If the council, I think one thing we agree on is something's got to give at some point, unless we want to lose the level of service that equates to quality of life. Something's got to give at some point. We don't know exactly what that looks like. Frankly, I am not opposed to the manager's recommendation, but if you're not prepared to make a vote tonight and you're not sure exactly what to do, we do have the option to table this item. We've had the public hearing. We can table this, and I will commit as mayor to add this to future agendas for conversation and get to a point where there's at least a majority, or if not consensus, on how to move forward.
My preference would be to table versus deny, because a denial goes back to square one, and if we table it, it keeps some pressure on us to keep the conversation going. We can always vote to deny it when the table comes back up if we want.
And I've seen
I'd
this
rather-
council deny
I'd rather
tabled
at
items.
least table it and keep the conversation going rather than take a step backwards.
And I think no matter what, this is gonna be at the forefront because we're gonna be going into our budget. And then if we deny it, then we're gonna have another public hearing, which I think is important too. It can be noticed. And so we don't know what we're gonna be coming up with for the next public hearing, what decision we're gonna be making, what we're gonna be voting upon. So I think it'd be good to deny it and then have a noticing of a new public hearing. And so people can be aware of it again, of what the next decision or what the next proposal is gonna be potentially.
It might be difficult to table because we don't know exactly the date when we'd want it to come back.
So it's a good point from a seasoned councilman. I mean, these are all actually really good points, and I'm just kind of the facilitator right now. On land use, Councilman's absolutely right. You've got to table to a date certain on something like this. You don't have to, by law, correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, but as I understand, you don't have to table to a certain date if we want to continue the conversation.
Well, when's the first date? The first city council is March 11th. Right?
The first meeting in March, second Wednesday in March, the
I
11th.
make a motion that we table till March 11th.
You heard the motion by Councilman Belliston to table until March 11th.
And I'll make a substitute motion to deny.
I don't know that
She can make a substitute motion if there's not a second.
I will deny a resolution imposing the emergency service sales and use tax in the amount of 0.33%.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Casperson.
I'll second that, Mayor.
I have a second by Councilman Ivy. We have a motion and a second, so we'll need to vote on this. We'll do roll call beginning with Councilwoman Casperson. So an aye vote is to deny, a nay vote is to keep the item alive.
Aye.
Sorry, just vote would go back to the original motion, looking for a second.
Okay. Councilmember Casperson. Ivy.
Aye, sorry, Mayor.
Coates.
Nay.
Henderson.
Nay.
Belliston.
Nay.
So the motion did not pass. So now we still, the substitute motion did not pass. We still have a motion on the table, which is to ironically table this item until March 11th. And so that would need a second before voting on that item.
Can I amend my
You may amend your,
motion to table?
you can amend the motion. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to amend my motion to table to March 11th, that on March 11th, we come forward with two resolutions.
Okay?
One resolution to put this on the ballot, and the second resolution to also reduce property taxes by 50%.
I think we need a little more clarity in your motion. What do you mean put this on the ballot?
1% sales tax option on the ballot.
To put the 1% sales tax option on the ballot?
Let the voters choose the path forward, but also come forward with a resolution at the same point, assuming our city attorney turned around and got anxious, assuming we can do this, bring another resolution at the same time that says we as a council are going to cut your property taxes if this does go through.
So you're saying a resolution or resolutions that would take a 1% sales tax to the voters, and if the voters approve that, the council would then move to reduce city property taxes by 50%.
Correct.
I think what I hear the council member saying is the item on tonight's agenda be tabled to a date in the future in March for further discussion by the council. And I think what he's saying with the other motions is just asking his colleagues' approval to add a second agenda item to that meeting that addresses.
With the resolutions?
Addresses the other items. So those
are separate items.
I see that, and they would be on first-time impression on an agenda at that time. Is that accurate?
That works. Do we need to do, on a resolution like that, does that also come with a public hearing?
This is really interesting because you only set your property tax rate once a year, right? So we're going to be setting a property tax rate here in the next couple of months, but you're talking about something in the future. So essentially, you're just making a resolution that isn't necessarily binding.
But it's a
Says
resolution.
This is what we intend
This is the direction we're going to head.
to do. You not be required to have a public hearing. As I read the law, if you put in the 0.33%, you're required to have a public hearing. 1% to the ballot becomes the public hearing, and you're not required, but you certainly can have one anyway.
That's accurate to my reading as well. So if the council wants to exercise the lower sales tax rate, the legislature requires that you must have a public hearing before you do that and have a dialogue with your residents.
Property tax rate?
No, sales tax.
Okay.
But if you say,
Oh, the
we want the
0.33.
voters to decide, you can pass that in a resolution that does, in
Okay.
a meeting that does not have a public hearing, because the legislature bakes into that option that the public hearing is via the ballot.
Okay.
And so, back to council members' motion, I do think we need to address the table specifically from tonight's agenda and that item as to when it will come back.
Separately.
And then what I think he's asking is just, a nod of the head so that when we prepare the agenda for that meeting, we also include these other items.
Okay, so I understand. So I'm going to ask you to restate your motion here in just a sec, Councilman Belliston.
Oh, I just got confused.
But let me try to rephrase it again. What I'm committed to do is to city attorney has heard about the resolutions that you're asking for. I'm committed to add those to the agenda. So really your motion, if you want to restate your motion, would be just be back to your original to table this until March 11th. And honestly, what I see is a train that is running out of track at some point. So council, these are just discussions that you need to have. And I support you in having those discussions.
So council member, I'm trying to get to where I think you were going, which is on March 11th, we'll have this item on table recall and two new items. One of them would regard a council decision to send the 1% to the voters for a ballot decision. The other would be a resolution by the council committing to the public that if they passed the 1% resolution, that the city council would commit to reduce their property tax.
Then if the mayor says that he'll put those other two items on the agenda, then I'll just leave the motion.
Where you're going.
That we table till March 11th. The question I was asking was, do either of those two resolutions need to come with a public hearing? Because Councilwoman Casperson's concern is that she wants to have another public hearing on it. And so if it did come with a public hearing on either of those two resolutions, then we can have that on March.
Okay. I didn't address that. Let me get there. So
Not only a public hearing, but to have, like, the noticing is what's important.
So on the 1%, there is no statutory requirement to do a public hearing. And so if you didn't do a public hearing, that resolution would not fail for failure to meet a statutory precondition. On the 0.33%, if you didn't have a public hearing and passed it, it would fail for failure to meet the statutory precondition. On a resolution to the voters where you just make a commitment for a future action, that doesn't require a public hearing.
But in next spring, we'll require a public hearing. So if we did a resolution that says we're going to cut your property tax, and then next spring, we didn't fulfill that end of the bargain, we're going to have a public hearing, and it's going to be, I would assume, fairly heated. Would you agree?
Yeah. I would though add that it has been the practice of the Planning Commission and the City Council in this city that an item that included a public hearing is tabled. There's also a discussion of whether they want to continue the public hearing to the table date. On the theory that the public came to give us feedback today in a public hearing, and if we're going to table the item to another one, we would let them give us some more public feedback on the next one. It's not required by law to do that, but that has been the practice of the public bodies with this city.
Okay.
For today's, you mean?
For today's item,
I'm fine if we continue today's public hearing to March 11th as well. I just don't want to deny and then go back to the drawing board and this and that. So if we want to continue the public hearing, Mayor, if you're okay with that.
So I am the referee.
So I have a question for staff. Is March 11th enough time to get all this stuff prepared?
I think we could put those two resolutions that he referenced together by next week to have it on the March 11th meeting.
I will entertain a motion on this item?
Really give us time to really dive deep into the budget, different options and conversation.
We're gonna discuss it. Sorry, Councilwoman, I didn't even cut you off. I just say we're trying to discuss it, but it sounds like there's already been made up. This is the option we want to go. I'm not solidified 100%. This is the option we should go. I don't think it's a bad option to look at, but I'm still on the 0.33 may be enough.
That only affects, that doesn't give any net benefit to our residents.
It does. Well, whatever.
Okay.
These are the hard decisions.
No matter what, it's an increased cost wherever you look. It's what it is. And if we want to keep the level of service we have with our fire department, we have to do something.
Rather,
I'm just trying to say, like, if you're expecting it, if we have a tight time frame, I'm not trying to shorten it. If they think they can have it ready, but if we want to have more discussion on it, session before the meeting so we can have discussion on it too.
Put it on both?
And then, work on it. I just want to make sure we have enough time to discuss it if we're throwing more options out there.
The council has got to pass a budget by the end of June, and that budget has got to be consistent with the level of service that the council wants to provide and instruct staff to provide. So at this time, all I can tell you is the train is running out of track. At some point, the level of service that we're providing, it won't be sustainable with the revenue that we have. So that's what the city manager brought forward, a solution. That's why we had this public hearing. This is why we're grappling with this issue. And so I'm happy to follow the council, the majority of the council's lead on how you want to proceed next.
So the motion is to move it to March 11th? And then I need to put in that motion that we're going to continue the public hearing?
If you want to do that, that would be, what I hear from your colleague down here is that.
I'll add that to my motion for March 11th.
I think that would be a smart.
I think that's fair.
And that, I think the public that are present also deserve to know whether that opportunity will be on the next meeting too. So, motion indicating whether they can come and speak next time will help them know.
I think I'm fine with it being a new open public hearing.
If you're asking my opinion.
Continue the public hearing.
From what I'm hearing, and I know that we've got.
And they can come back and we can start over from
at least three, maybe
square
5
one.
opinions here. What I'm hearing is to table to March 11th with a continuation of the public hearing.
Perfect.
But you need to make that motion. I unfortunately can't do that, or I can't vote, but.
Then I'm making my motion to continue to March 11th with a continuance of the public hearing.
All right, council, you've heard Councilman Belliston's motion to table item 6C until March 11th with a continuation of the public hearing, which I will open and close once more. Is there a second on this?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Belliston, a second by Councilman Henderson. We're going to go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Ivy. Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston. Casperson. So we have an approval to table with the continuation of the public hearing on a 4-1 vote. And that was the most fun we've had at a council meeting in a long time. At this point, we're just going to move right along the agenda with item 7. This is report of officers from assigned committees. We'll start on my left, your right, with Councilmember Belliston. Councilman Henderson.
Yes, in the last, since our last meeting, I had a meeting with the Southwest Mosquito District, and we just kind of reviewed the budget for the coming year. And one of the best things about the district is I have people, I'll tell them I'm on the mosquito district board, and they're like, we don't have mosquitoes here, but I'm like, yeah, exactly. See what I'm doing here for you? So anyway, it's a really well-run board, and they even rival Brian on keeping the books up to date. So anyway, I enjoy serving on that committee. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Coates.
I haven't had any committee meetings since the last meeting, so nothing to report tonight.
All right. Councilman Ivy.
Yes, I was at LPC 2 weeks ago and had a very good conversation with several bills that we're tracking. So far, we've been batting 1,000 and getting bills that we don't like turned back and getting ones we like passed. So we'll continue with that. For MPO, they're starting a process to formally collaborate between municipalities and the county to update the Vision Dixie document that was done in 2007. So Mayor, I would ask who you'd like me to include in that to kind of put those documentation together so that we can be a part of those discussions. Like I say, it's for the Vision Dixie document.
Let's sit down after the meeting sometime later this week or next and discuss that in further detail and make sure we're well represented. And I actually really appreciate your service on the MPO there, and thought we had a really productive discussion on Purgatory Road and Bridge today. So
yeah, I appreciate that, Mayor. Yeah, we did have a good conversation. I appreciate Hurricane City being here and Washington County to have a discussion that, speaking of big lifts, that's another one that we've got in front of us, that our residents deserve our best efforts.
It's like chewing a gobstopper.
Never stops. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman.
Well, I think I'll start with our events committee. Jordan informed me that he's been getting a lot of donors for it. And so I'm really excited about that, the number of people that are contributing to our Cotton Days. And it's going to be he's the chair and he's doing a really good job at leading that. And it's going to be really exciting. I'm looking forward to it. And then I also want to mention, there's someone on this council who's rather stingy with their committee assignment. And so I scheduled a time to go. The Parks Department was really nice to meet me and the group of kids that I teach, and we planted some trees today. So I kind of technically had a shade tree committee meeting today.
Trying to horn in on my business? Hold on.
Yeah, I just want to share how appreciative I am of the Parks Department. They're just
What variety of trees did you plant?
several, and we named them all. And so I know that's going to go into the record, some of the names that the girls did, but it was just like they were just treated the girls so nice. And we talked about, the trees, and they actually invited me to come to one of the committees next time. So I would never want to replace.
It's a good committee, right? We love it. You're always invited.
Thank you. I didn't mean to call you stingy, but anyways, I'm just appreciative of all the work that they do, and I appreciate the time that they spent today.
How are we coming with Cotton Days? Are we going to be ready?
Yeah, of course. Jordan, do you want to say anything? I'm really good at using people to give my committee assignment report.
Yeah, the committee's moving full steam ahead. We've added a lot of really great new items this year, like a drone show and a children's entrepreneur market, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And as Councilwoman Casperson mentioned, we've been able to raise about $20,000 from outside sponsors in the community that want to have some skin in the game and see our Cotton Days be a success this year. So we're rocking and rolling and meeting every couple weeks, and it's coming together really well.
Wonderful.
I'm also excited about having groups from our community come and perform. So we're going to bring a lot of families and kids from our community.
And the play.
And the play, yes. It's gonna be
Bringing
awesome.
it back to the old gym, it's going to be awesome. Thank you. I'll just, this is one of those projects that this council is very well aware of. We've been working on it for 4 years, but it's the ARA Southwest Logistics Center. And this is down by the regional airport. And tomorrow we're going to go tour 2 buildings that are around or in excess of 400,000 square feet each. These are high-end distribution manufacturing space, and there are 3 additional buildings of similar size in the permitting process, and will soon begin construction. When we're talking about quality of life and trying to balance competing interests, the ARA Southwest Logistics Center will provide jobs for this community, jobs that provide a living wage. And so I'm just really proud of the work that you've done as a council on this. And I, for one, am really excited for for that extension of Washington Fields Road to open up. I'm excited to see those buildings, and as Rusty said in her invitation, take a victory lap on the hard work that we're doing for the people, and this will provide jobs and a little bit of revenue to the city, and hopefully take a little bit of that pressure off from what we're trying to do to keep people safe and keep this to be a great place to live. That is all I have from my committee, which I guess was Economic Development Committee. Jeremy, you keep us well informed. What would you add tonight with your city manager report?
I think I speak for everyone in that you've heard lots from me tonight, so I don't think I'll add anything to my report tonight, but thank you.
We will anxiously await your email on Friday for anything else that comes to mind. We had a closed session after our work session, so we do not need to go to closed session this evening. So I will call for a motion to adjourn.
So made, Mayor.
Motion by Councilman Ivy, second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned unanimously.